Everybody. Who's ready for karaoke night? Let's go! That's why the judge came. Well, listen, we are so incredibly grateful for your support and turnout. It's a fun night. And I first do want to mention gratitude for Mayor Jones, who came to support us. Give a round for Mayor Jones. You know, no matter if there's perfect alignment or harmony all the time, great partnerships sometimes have disagreements. And so we are excited to welcome Mayor Jones, and we're so happy she's here, and we're so happy to work together with her on the future, no matter what that looks like. But tonight is about Props A and Props B. And so we have Judge Sakai, an incredible leader for our community, here to come up and talk to us about it.
How's everybody doing tonight? Do we have Spurs fans in the house? Yeah. I'm your county judge, Peter Sakai, and I know that Bexar County is all behind the Spurs. And I'm here with County Commissioner Rebecca Clay Flores, and the county's in the house. Let me hear you, county. What is most important tonight is that whatever the results are, we come together as a community. But let us always recognize the value of the San Antonio Spurs. The San Antonio Spurs is a major employer who creates jobs. Right, Peter John Holt? As a corporate citizen that establishes great value to this city and county. Right, Peter John Holt? And more importantly, where's the coyote? Where's the coyote? Y'all give back so much from you yourself as the chief executive officer, to the administration, to your staff, to your employees, to the players who give back to this community through much philanthropy. Let's give a round of applause for the San Antonio Spurs and what they do for this county and what they do for this community. We have elections. That's what democracy is all about. And we're going to have to live with it. So we need to come together, and we got to find those common solutions, Peter John, for our community. Not only to make sure that the Spurs stay in town, right? But let's remember that I also asked for the revitalization of the East Side. And that's the reason why Proposition A and B are so important. Because the Spurs and the Rodeo are valuable corporate citizens that we must always embrace and we must always support, because they give back so much to this community. So I know, Peter John, the last report, are people still in line at the poll. So, you know, we're probably not going to get any results till those polls close down. So I'd love to say, hey, you know, what are the results? It may be a longer evening than expected, but I think that's a great sign that people are coming out to recognize the Spurs, the Rodeo, and what they do for our community. Let's say, oh, do me one favor. Here it goes. I'm going to say go, Spurs, go. You guys got to wrap it up, okay? Ready? Go, Spurs, go! Go, Spurs, go! Go, Spurs, go! God bless you all.
Give it up for Judge Sakai. As Judge said, you know, we are stronger together. We need collaborative groups to make big things happen. And this is a big vision for San Antonio. It's a big vision for you. And we all went together. So listen, let's have fun tonight. Let's enjoy ourselves. It's going to be a great night. It's going to be a great outcome. Go Spurs, go.
great transcriber here at get out. Very good. All right. Yeah, Zach Briggs here at the. We're here at the massive watch party for the Prop B folks, and we have tons of people, as you can see here. And I'm going to be talking to these folks here. What are your names?
Birdie.
Tom. Tom? So you guys are obviously in support of Prop B and the San Antonio Spurs. Can you talk about how you think Prop B will transform the community and why you think it will be a benefit for San Antonio and the county at large?
We all need it. Go ahead.
Big job. Bring the Spurs back downtown and the way it was in the old days, back when they came back in '73. So we're ready for it.
Are you guys San Antonio natives? Grew up in San Antonio? So many people I've talked with have argued that the San Antonio Spurs have been like the soul of the community. I don't know if you've heard that, but the San Antonio Spurs are the soul of the community.
Oh, yeah.
And that prospect of them thinking about potentially leaving.
It won't happen. We're going to win.
Yeah, that won't happen.
We believe we're going to win. So we need this place. So
He's my ex-boss, so Peter Holt's my ex-boss, so they won't leave.
And what is keeping you confident?
what's keeping us confident?
Look at the people, the turnout. There's lots of Spurs fans. Everybody loves the
United.
Spurs.
All of us are united here, so we'll be able to get this.
There's been some people that have called our station and they were curious about the venue tax increase and questioning whether if they were to have a staycation.
We misinform people. People are being misinformed. If you read it, nobody's gonna. The only people that are going to pay higher taxes is the visitors.
Well, officials I've talked with say that indeed, if you were to book a hotel at a hotel within Bexar County, that you would be contributing to the cause, which is the case for any venue tax if you were to any day of the year. So, do you think that should have been part of the messaging?
We're catching up to Dallas and Houston, so their taxes are going to be what ours will be. So
We don't want them to leave to Austin, so we want them to stay. So we love the Spurs.
Yeah, I talked with Trish DeBerry with Centro San Antonio, and she talked about that prospect of potentially the Spurs bolting to other cities, and of course the Spurs have not said whether or not they would leave the community. But when you hear about that prospect of there's markets in the United States that would be craving for a team like San Antonio Spurs, does this energize you to keep on advocating for why there should be propositions like this?
absolutely, always, I'll fight for the Spurs.
Wherever they go, we're going to be.
Talk about the signs you have here.
Well, this, she divided us, all of us. And it seems to be that Gina doesn't talk to us. So, in a lot of these cases, it doesn't seem to be that, like, turn it around. It's not all about her dreams. We have dreams too, and guys want to go somewhere to see games, and so do we.
And what was it like to see Bexar County Judge Peter Sakai on the stage there voicing support for both Props A and B?
He's amazing. He's just for everything that we dream of. So that's what we want. And we need something big. Why give it to everybody else?
I heard that the mayor was present here. Do you anticipate that she'll be speaking whenever we get results?
I don't think she's for it. So I don't care what she thinks. So she don't care about what we think. It seems to be that um, we got some dreams of our own, so, and it's divided.
Thank you. Anything else? Anything else about this?
That's it. We're going to win.
Go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you get the spelling of your name?
Birdie. Birdie Zuniga, Tom Zuniga, Jr. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on, guys. Zach Briggs with Ken's 5. We're streaming live on our digital platform right now, Ken's 5 Plus. Mind if I ask you a few questions as to why you're here? What's your name?
Angie Vera.
So you're here obviously in support of...
I am, and I work for the campaign.
There we go. So talk about the campaign efforts over the past several months.
We all got together. Our headquarters is Brooklyn and Broadway. So we had a good turnout. We had a lot of people. We did the phone banking. We did the block walking. We did all the good stuff.
And to be in this atmosphere today with perhaps hundreds of people, what's it feel like?
Which is what?
What's it feel like to be in this atmosphere today with this election night watch party?
I love my Spurs. Love it. I'm all for the Alamo. I mean voting. I voted Proposition A and B. I love it. I want the new arena here. It's definitely going to be an investment for San Antonio. It's going to bring jobs to San Antonio, and the revenue from all the hotels, it's going to be great. And then the Spurs are paying $500 million for it. So a lot of people it was controversial saying, well, why doesn't the Spurs pay for it? Well, they are. It's just people were hearing rumors here and there, and it was not fair because I don't think they looked up the facts on the website. So, we definitely want the arena here, and I believe we're going to win.
And when it comes to the venue tax increase, hotel occupancy tax, the maximum of 2%, and then the car rental tax, maintaining that, extending that to 5%. Do you think the messaging was transparent enough for folks that were kind of wondering, well, if I decide to have a staycation, I want to book a hotel and celebrate a honeymoon or Valentine's Day. Do you think the messaging was clear enough to say, hey, Bexar County residents, if you decide to book a hotel room, you'll be contributing as well to the cause?
Well, actually, it's really for the tourists that are coming in. So the hotels are going to be spending 70% of that towards the new arena. So it's really not going to be a cost to us. There's no taxes on us. It's all on the, tourist. So that's it.
So you agree the messaging was transparent?
I don't think so. A lot of people were having negative thoughts where, well, I wouldn't want the taxes to be increased again like before. I said there's no taxes involved, none to us whatsoever.
Excellent. What's your gut tell you regarding props A and B? What's going to pass? What's going to get rejected?
They're both going to pass. I have it in my heart that I feel it.
Yeah, apparently they're waiting for everyone in line at the Bexar County Elections Department to vote before we learn some early results. So we'll hopefully find out in the next 30 minutes or as soon as possible. So.
Absolutely, we're waiting for that.
Thank you. And could you say and spell your first and last name for me, please?
Yes, Angie, last name Vera. Angie Vera. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
If I ask you a few questions?
I got to get that cleared through our PR department.
No worries.
But if I can find them, I would love to do it. I would love to do it.
Yeah, probably, hopefully you could hear me a little bit better, but yeah, this is the election night watch party for the supporters of Props B and A, and of course B seems to be getting much of the attention, more of the attention than A, but the San Antonio Spurs organizers, and we have the support of River North Ice House. This is the venue hosting this particular event, but we have had hundreds of people here, and we had the Bexar County Judge Peter Sakai voice his support for Props A and B, and noting that no matter what happens, there needs to be unity within the community. And there was word that the mayor, Gina Ortiz-Jones, was present, but she did not go up to the stage to speak. But perhaps that will change once we learn preliminary results of the early results of the elections. So, but you can see we have lots of decorations. It's just screaming San Antonio Spurs, and behind Arissa, the photographer, we have big old beautiful Go Spurs slogan. And then to the right, we have a bunch of games with kids and adults taking part. San Antonio Spurs, and it looks like the Dallas Mavericks represented part of the games here. But yeah, just a very vibrant atmosphere here. I mean, we know there's a lot of optimism in the community when it comes to Prop B, but also lots of questions. Many people wondering and confused about the messaging when it comes to the pro-Prop B side. Curious about whether their tax dollars would indeed go to the cause of funding a potential new Spurs arena if Prop B is approved. And that, speaking with Trish DeBerry, she's with Centro San Antonio, and one of the nonprofit organizations and that has been championing Props A and B. She told me that yes, if you were, for example, to have a staycation, book a hotel room within Bexar County, and you're a Bexar County resident yet, so you would be contributing to the funding of a new arena. And again, it would be raised to a maximum of 2%, and then we have the extension of the car rental tax of 5%, and we're talking $311 million that would be coming out of this tax fund. In the end, it would be helping to pay for Spurs Arena downtown, a part of the bigger project known as Project Marvel. So, yeah, again, hundreds of people here at the election night watch party, and right now we're just really waiting for early results from the elections department. So, voter turnout upwards of 17, perhaps even more, percentage-wise. I think the June runoff election for the mayoral election that was sitting at 17% total voter turnout, I believe. So perhaps we might exceed that this time, and that could make the difference beyond 17% in terms of voter turnout when it comes to Props A, B, and the several other issues that people are voting on today. So, but I guess we'll leave it at that for now. But again, Zach Riggs, Ken Svive, and we are just going to be standing by to see what happens with the future of Props A and B. So, thank you. All right, let's go back online then. If we're still, if the viewers could see us. Chuck
Carroll, the in-arena host.
Excellent.
One of the in-arena hosts. I can't talk too political. It's more about the event.
Yeah, we are live on our Ken Spy Plus digital app, but just talk about the vibes of the community right now and this hosting this election night watch party.
Yeah, we're at the River North Ice House here downtown, and the Spurs fans have come out en masse, to support Prop A and Prop B, and regardless of the outcome. Looking around here, I mean, you see it. It's community. It's people who care about San Antonio now. We care about the future of San Antonio, and there are even some people here who might not agree or see eye to eye, but we're all together, embracing each other. No booing, which is just amazing. It's just a good vibe. It's just fantastic out here.
I guess we're still waiting to see what happens with the results. But again, no matter what happens, to have this amount of presence here, how does it feel for you?
It feels great. You know, Spurs are doing pretty well right now, as we all know, and so the community has been reinvigorated, and it's kind of nice to see them at the games, and then also coming out here into the community. We're saying it's not only on the court, but it's also in the community. So from the court to the community, Spurs are coming together because we all love San Antonio.
Yeah, I don't know if that win streak for a temporary time for the Spurs and then that loss, if that perhaps might have influenced folks one way or another, maybe one of many deciding factors for folks. But I guess, what do you see the future of the San Antonio Spurs and the community? What are your hopes?
You know, I'm just hoping that the community comes together as we have in the past and as we are tonight. And, you know, regardless of which direction that we go, we're Spurs fam. We're in La Familia. And I just love the vibe and the community aspect. We got strangers out here coming up, hugging, high-fiving, and just, I mean, it's just nice to see people getting along and having a great time.
Yeah, and Judge Peter Sakai was up on stage, introduced, and we had Peter Holt, and Sakai had emphasized the need for unity, and despite what happens with the outcomes of props A and B. So anyways, lots of entertainment for folks. I see the Dallas Mavericks are represented as well. Yeah,
it's one of those Papa Shot games up there. Yeah. We'll throw them a bone every now and then, but we know that this is Spurs. It's Spurs country.
Chuck, anything else you'd like to say about the election night watch party or the future of what's to come potentially?
Yeah, you know, just proud to be a part of the Spurs family. And I'm proud to have so many strangers to be family members. We're all out here tonight en masse for the election night party, and it's just a joy and a blessing. And I just love our city. I love it.
And Chuck, can you just say and spell your first and last name?
Sure. My name is Chuck Coreau. Last name is spelled C-U-R-E-A-U. First name is spelled C-H-U-C-K.
And your title again?
I'm one of the in-arena hosts for the San Antonio Spurs.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I did see Spurs Jesus around here earlier, but yeah, Spurs Jesus has been prominent. He's now only he's taking pictures with folks. Yeah. So there's just a lot of positivity in the air, as I said earlier, when it comes to Prop B and Prop A. So, but I'm going to let the images do the talking for a little bit. So hopefully everyone could soak it in.
Antonio Spurs family, how you feeling tonight? Oh, the vibes are great here tonight at River North Ice House for our election night party. Can I get a Go Spurs Go? Oh my God, so many amazing people here. You know, we have city officials, we have executives with the Spurs, and we have you, the best fans in the NBA. And you know what? I know you know this, but this year we started something new. We collected a group of Uber fans. We put them in the stands. They auditioned for Victor Wembanyama. We put them in the stands, and they are called the Jackals, and they are here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome the Jackals! Give it up for some of the newest members of our Spurs family, new this season, the Jackals. They are elevating the energy at the Frost Bank Center every single game. If you see them, high five them, take photos with them. Take photos with them tonight. Post it on your social media channels. It is Spurs Election Night Party right here at River North Ice House.
Hey guys, this is Megan Reyna with Ken's 5. We are joining you from the official watch party here in Southtown at the Friendly Spot. And this is the watch party for Cops Metro, one of many organizations that have been against Proposition B, the vote that would approve using venue tax dollars to help pay for a new arena downtown, paves the way for the county's contribution to this project, to that new downtown arena. But Cops Metro, they've been very outspoken especially since that term sheet was voted on back in August by San Antonio City Council. They started their campaign to get voters to vote Proposition B down, and right now they have gathered here at the Friendly Spot to wait for those results to come in, as we're all eagerly awaiting to see what county voters have decided. Keep in mind, this vote is so critical to the future of this project, considering that if this vote fails, the term sheet that the Spurs and the city had agreed to essentially falls apart. That term sheet is dependent on this county vote and these county venue tax dollars being available, this vote going through. So there's a lot riding on this vote tonight. The reason why this group has been so vocal, their catchphrase is use public dollars for public goods. They do not want to use any sort of public dollars to fund this arena, and that does include the hotel venue tax dollars and the tax dollars that come, visitor tax dollars that we've been mentioning that have been on this ballot. They also, felt like there's a lack of transparency throughout this entire project, throughout this entire process. They agreed with Mayor Gina Ortiz-Jones about having an independent economic study done on on the impact that a downtown Spurs arena would have on the city. Now, there was a study done. It was paid for by the city of San Antonio, but the company that did the audit, that did the study, has ties to the Spurs organization. So the mayor was saying, hey, this is not independent, and she was calling for a new study. That didn't necessarily happen. Cops Metro, however, they got together some professors of their own to do a study of their own, and what they found is that they say and they claim that the Spurs, while they have said in this term sheet that they're going to contribute in private investment, and that's part of the term sheet, is they're going to bring private investment to the arena, the area around the arena. They say that there's nothing in their term sheet that says that that investment actually has to be near the arena. It could be anywhere in the city limits. So there's a loophole, and that's what they're saying. Cops Metro is arguing there's a loophole there in that term sheet. So when the Spurs said they're going to bring all this private investment, they say it doesn't necessarily have to happen around the arena. They also bring up the fact that the people on the east side were upset with the Frost Bank Center when it was built. They were promised there's going to be private investment around that arena, and they haven't seen that come to fruition. So there's been a lot of points they have made throughout these few months after they've been pushing for voters to vote against Prop B. They were out at the polls themselves all day, this organization, talking with voters there out at the polls, of course, at a distance, following the rules. We didn't see this crowd start to build up until after 7:30 because they were still at the polls, and we've heard that there are still people that have been waiting in line to vote, which is a big reason why we don't have those numbers in yet. There still are some people waiting to vote right now. So all they had to do was be in line by 7 p.m. and they're able to vote. So we're going to continue to follow the reaction here tonight, again at this watch party for Cops Metro, and bring you updates as we get in. As soon as those results start to trickle in, we'll start to speak with folks here and see how they're feeling about the results. Obviously, they're anticipating, they're hoping for the Prop B is voted down, but it's just a wait and see game at this point.
Some people up here, you know, when this whole thing started back in the day when we first found out about the Spurs possibly leaving down here, I went to our judge here, our county judge, and I said, Judge, we have an idea. And he was all ears. He was in, and he listened to us. And both him and our county commissioner, Rebecca Clay Flores, I cannot thank them enough for their support of the plan, the support of the show, and the support of Bexar County. They believe in what is happening down here. They have been some of the absolute best friends to the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo throughout this entire thing. And on behalf of the Stock Show and Rodeo, I want to stand here in front of everybody and thank both of you guys for the support that you have given our show. And most importantly, what we're about to be able to do with the show to give back to our community, which I know is in both of your hearts, giving back. So thank you guys, Judge. I'll let you go first, sir.
How's everybody doing tonight? Is the San Antonio Rodeo in the house? Woo. Let me tell you, this has been an extraordinary night tonight. We know that the polls still haven't officially closed. There are people in line at certain polls, so we're hoping that they're getting done so that those results can come out, but we've got to make sure the polls close. So please be patient with the results that are coming out. But my name is Peter Sakai, your county judge. And I would just say what is so important today and tonight is that no matter what the results are, that we come together as a community and to work for the common good, and work for the common purpose, and work for the common welfare for all our communities. Yeah, we've had some tough discussions at the kitchen table with families, at community centers with neighbors. Yeah, it's been a robust discussion. But what's most important, and what I truly believe tonight, Cody, is that the voters are the winners because they came out and they are expressing their views, and we must respect whatever decision they get. And we're going to move forward regardless of what the outcome or results are in this election. Oh, there we go. There we go. There you go. Can't hear me now? So, as I am talking to you tonight, it has always been known to me, because I've come out here at the rodeo and partied with y'all and been part of it, but y'all are such an integral part of this community for what y'all do, especially the volunteers and the administration and the leadership of Cody Davenport. Can we give all Cody and all those administrators, executive, a round of applause, because they do the work of this community. Now, if you remember when the Spurs said, hey, you know, we may want to leave the Frost Bank Center, I immediately kicked in gear. And the first person I said I need to talk to was Cody Davenport and Derek Howard over at the CAB. And I want to recognize Derek Howard, the Coliseum Advisory Board, and the board of members over there too. Because y'all take care of the county facilities. And so when we first saw that there could be the Spurs leaving, instead of saying, wow, we can't do anything, we said, no, let's kick it in gear. So Cody, give me a plan. And Cody did. And that's what the beauty of this referendum A and B. No matter what the results are, we're moving forward for the revitalization of the east side and to make sure these county facilities stay up to par, and that we're going to support the rodeo and whatever business plan they have ready to go, because they've got it teed up. Not only that, but I want to fulfill that commitment to the revitalization of the east side, for which the San Antonio Rodeo has always been doing. You give back in scholarships. You give back with programs. You got horse programs, equine programs for the neighborhood kids. They are truly part of the east side. And we have an opportunity for economic growth. We got an opportunity to workforce development. We have an opportunity to build this Coliseum ground. We're going to make that Frostbank Center a premier venue no matter who's in that damn place. We're going to make sure that the Coliseum, the Joe Harry Freeman Coliseum, stays as a premier and has all those events that the CAB successfully put on. And finally, we're going to turn these barns into multi-use venues and make this Coliseum ground a year-round Western industry. I want to see the cowboys of the world. I want to see the vaqueros of Mexico and South America. And I want to see those black cowboys out of Compton that y'all talk about. It is truly a game-changing event that this referendum has given us. And I wanted to say thank you to the volunteers, to the people that work the street. You know that this was a tough race, but we're going to prevail no matter what. And as your county judge, we're going to move forward and we're going to prevail, and the citizens of Bexar County are going to be the recipients of the great work that the rodeo has done. God bless you all.
Can we give it up again for our county judge, Peter Sakai? So those of you who don't know me, I'm Rebecca Clay Flores, Bexar County Commissioner of Precinct 1. And when I first became commissioner 5 years ago, Derek Howard started talking.
More voters out there, which is gratifying. People really want to make their voice heard on this. And there's a sense of hope and optimism in this room because people here recognize the enormous opportunity we have to accomplish the goals that San Antonians have had for many, many years, using revenue from the visitor industry and the Spurs' own investment themselves. So this looks like an opportunity we have to take a next step as a community for the county and for the city, and I'm hopeful we have a good outcome tonight.
What's this going to do for the community at large?
Well, I mean, again, I think first of all, it accomplishes the goals that we have articulated about our downtown and about the east side economic opportunity that we've been talking about for years. But more than that, votes like this are important for the psyche of a community also. These are opportunities for us to cut through the noise of an election season and really prove to ourselves that we can see through some of it and make sure that we come together to accomplish big ideas. And this is one of those moments that San Antonio will be talking about for a long, long time. And I'm fresh off of coming out of office about 6 months or so ago. We had years and years worth of these opportunities that voters have said yes to, and we've now got our priorities straight, investing in the fundamentals from education and training to transportation reform and housing, and now's an opportunity to take the next step as a city and as a county, and I hope that we make the right decision tonight. I have faith in this community because of that, and regardless of the outcome.
Ambitions for future political office? I know just moments ago you're not going to be making any announcements today necessarily, but this would be potentially for Bexar County judge.
Well, I know there's been a lot of chatter. I don't have anything to announce tonight, but I will next week. My hope and my energy and focus have always been on the improvement of this city. Making sure that people and
and counting. So we're inching towards 100,000 for today.
So at 4 o'clock, you were saying that we were hoping for 20% voter turnout, which would have been around 75,000, correct?
No, 75,000 put us for the entire time about 18 or 19%.
19, okay.
Yes, but I didn't even look at the percentage before I walked out, so I'm sorry.
But as far as what we were expecting, we've shattered what we
We have. We've already shattered 2023 numbers for Election Day. I believe we surpassed that at 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
I think everybody else is ready.
Yeah.
Well, drum roll.
Okay.
Drum
Let me
roll, I
know.
think we're ready, Michelle.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us and for being patient with us. I know that everyone's on pins and needles, so I'm going to bypass, I should say, all of the constitutional amendments and go straight to Prop A for Bexar County. These are early voting numbers that do include ballot by mail. So Prop A, we had 57.474 Prop A and 42.53 against Prop A. For Prop B, we have 53.05 for Prop B and 46.95 against Prop B. For the mayor of Converse, we have Al Suarez ahead with 53.06%. For City of Shirts, council member place 2, Michelle Watson is at 69.66%. For Prop A for City of Shirts, we have 95.18 that said no for Prop A. For City of Windcrest Mayor with 54.10%, Dan Reese is ahead. For place 4, City of Windcrest with 56.37%, Rainbow Presti is ahead in that race. For place 5, City of Windcrest, our leader in that with 41.45% is Rick Cockrum. For Measure A, City of Windcrest, they have 72.14%. Moving on to Bernie ISD Prop A, it currently is at 57.69% for. For East Central ISD, for Prop A, against is at 55.07. For Northeast ISD, 59.99%, we have for Prop A. For Prop B, we have 56.51 for. For Northeast ISD Prop C, we have for at 50.13%. For Prop D, 53% are against Prop D. For Prop E, 50.03% are against Prop E. For Judson ISD, 61.05 are against Prop A. For Trustee Place 4, it's the Shirts Cibolo Universal City ISD. Of course, there's one person on there, he's received 100%. For Place 5, at Shirts Cibolo Universal City ISD, 74.52% for Amy M. Thomas. For Trustee Place 6, at Shirts Cibolo Universal City Independent School District, 60.71 for Bill Pascal. For Trustee Place 7 at the Shirts Cibolo Universal City Independence ISD, 50.96 for Belinda Evans. And then for their Prop A, 54.59% are against it. For Bexar County Emergency Service District Prop A, 52.32 are for. And for Bexar County ESD number 9 Prop B, 54.46 are against. Of course, if you'd like to see the outcome for the constitutional amendment election, they will be on our website at bear.org/elections. Can I answer any questions for you all?
How do you go? Any problems, any issues?
No, there were not any issues that were reported this evening. Our release of numbers was delayed due to the Texas Election Code stating that election results should not be released until the polls have closed. Now, we did check with our polls. We still have voters in line, but we don't have hundreds. Like, we were close to 1,000 voters in line, so we waited for the line to dwindle down.
Just to get a kind of a recap here.
Sure.
Do you know how many voters we saw today?
Last look before I came out here was right over 98,000. They are still checking in voters. We look anywhere between 99,000 and 100,000 before the end of the night.
So looking at closer to 100,000.
For
Right,
election day.
But right now, over 98.
Yes.
Election day voters.
Correct.
Does that include the early voting?
No, that's just election day.
And you originally were expecting 15 to 18%. Can you just talk to us about why you were expecting that range and why you think we got the turnout we did?
Well, I based it just on historical data from odd year elections. So we just compared the numbers, and that was a number that we were aiming for, anywhere from 15 to 18%. We're inching towards 20 at this time.
And then early voting numbers, how many early voters did we see this year?
Early voting, we had, of the number that I just gave to you, 11.5% of that came from early voting. We had right over 143,000. I didn't write down that number, so I'm sorry I didn't bring it with me.
143,000
Voted early.
voted early.
Yes. And basing off of memory, it might be 144. I think it's 144,077, if I'm not mistaken.
Comfortable saying over 144?
Yes.
What is next now that it looks like this location is just about to be wrapped up? I know you have 285 polling sites, but what's next here?
Well, right now what we're doing is, you see the cars pulling in over there. Those are the sites that have already closed, and they're bringing in their numbers. So the next step will be, we'll be reporting the numbers once we hit 25% reported. And then we'll do it in 25% increments. Right before 10 o'clock, I'll give you another update so that you can have it for your 10 o'clock news. Our goal still is to get the numbers to you as fast as possible. As you can see, they're already starting to roll in. Once the locations that had the long lines at 7 o'clock are closed, that's when you'll really start to see a lot more traffic here.
So a lot of the cars that are in the back are judges?
They're judges and alternate judges that are bringing in the voted ballots from their polling location.
And timeline on when you think those other ones will close?
Well, I kind of already blew that out of the water. I was hoping we'd be done closer to 10:30, but due to the long lines that were there at 7 o'clock, it'll probably be after 11 before we have a closer to 100% reporting.
Do we know how many are reporting right
No,
now?
because I only did early voting and came right out here. So when I walked out of there, none had come in from election day. They're just now starting to roll in.
Awesome stuff. I think that
Okay.
covers it for me.
Anything else?
Thanks for the time.
Okay, thank you.
Keep that smile. We're
Yeah,
almost done.
yes.
Almost there.
I see the light.
See a few different ones.
Yes, a few.
All right, everybody good?
Yes.
All right, put your microphone up there.
I'm just gonna let these fall out. I was gonna offer to wear them, but probably shouldn't. Here's this one.
That's mine.
Alamo City. Turn it up. Everybody. Turn it up. Let's go Spurs. Turn it up.
Guys, tuning in, if you guys could hear me, there's a lot of excitement here at the River North Ice House. Early vote totals so far for Proposition B, 53% for and 46, nearly 47% against. And in terms of vote cast, 147,388. But this has been the scene for the past 15 minutes or so. Everyone's reacting. And they're very happy. And all right, we have your name was
George,
you said George. Oh, George, what's your last name?
Garcia.
Garcia. San Antonio native or?
Yes, sir. Born and raised.
Oh, a lifelong Spurs fan, I would imagine.
I came out of the womb yelling, "Go Spurs, go!" Didn't cry.
Do you remember that moment?
Yes, I do. It's on a still photo.
So the early totals so far indicate Proposition B, we have 53% for and nearly 47% against. Still early, but so far, what's your feeling on the outcome? So,
well, I've been saying we're gonna get the new arena. Of course, it's a 4-quarter fight, just like the games. Right now we're in the third, we're up, but we just gotta hold on to the lead and finish it all strong. Go Spurs, go, baby! Let's get that new arena. Let's go, San Antonio.
And were you always optimistic that it would turn out this way?
I was until everybody started talking about, Gina was talking about, when Gina started putting up the fight, I started getting worried because, you know, if you're red, you're going to be red. If you're blue, you're going to be blue. And right now, I just need everybody to be black and silver.
And who are you with tonight?
Right now, I'm here with my Jackals, baby. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! There's only one San Antonio! Only one San Antonio! Walking along, singing a song, chanting up and down the river. There's only one San Antonio! Only one San Antonio! Walking along, singing a song, chanting up and down the river. There's only one San Antonio! Only one San Antonio! Walking along, singing a song, chanting up and down the river. Let's go, baby, let's go. Let's get to we're ready for this.
George, anything else you'd like to add at this point?
Hey, we're going to bring the same energy to the new arena, baby. And then after the games, we're going to be cruising downtown, yelling, "Go Spurs, go!" Yeah. Singing our song, let's go! Let's go!
Yeah, so lots of energy, as you can see, and again, 47% against Proposition B, and majority of voters so far are in favor of Prop B. Again, this would lead to a venue tax increase for a hotel occupancy tax and also the car rental tax, and this would be leading to $311 million helping pay for a downtown arena. And then, of course, we have the city of San Antonio and the Spurs organization themselves contributing to the overall $1.4 billion project, the venue slated to be downtown. So again, it's still early, but we have 147,000 votes that have been cast so far, but we'll see what happens later in the evening. But apparently the Bexar County Elections Department was waiting for everyone in line to cast their vote before they came out to speak and unveil the early vote totals. And again, we have Props B, Props A, and a host of other elections throughout Bexar County. But of course, my focus today is Prop B, Proposition B, which has been a point of contention really over the past several months. We had the lead up to the non-binding term sheet between the Spurs and the municipalities, including the city and Bexar County. And there was a lot of passion in the city council meetings and various town halls. Ultimately, that term sheet was approved, and we have ever since the months of education campaigns from both sides of the coin when it comes to Proposition B. A lot of concerns from the opposition regarding whether taxpayer money should be used in this way. Their belief that there should be allocations of taxpayer funds for other projects, improving neighborhoods, street infrastructure, drainage infrastructure, perhaps more emphasis on affordable housing. And then you have the pro side for Prop B, who believe this would be an economic powerhouse for the San Antonio long term, and the return on investment proving, they believe, instrumental in transforming this community that goes beyond certainly a new home for the Spurs, but a benefit for the entire community. Also with funds going toward infrastructure needs and perhaps housing. But there's still a lot of messaging confusion among those that were perhaps on the fence before they hit the polls. We had some viewers asking us just yesterday, in fact, whether their tax dollars would be going toward this cause if this were to pass. For example, hey, maybe you want to have a staycation and maybe spend your Valentine's Day with a loved one at a hotel here in San Antonio, Bexar County. Yes, your tax dollars will be going toward, if this proposition were to pass, it will be going toward a Spurs arena. And so that was one question that many people on the fence, or perhaps the opposition, believe it wasn't really emphasized in the messaging, at least from the advertisements coming from the pro side. So we're able to answer those questions and provide some transparency for folks there. So, but yeah, we've been here for, let's say, since 4 o'clock or so, and people were trickling into the River North Ice House here just north of downtown San Antonio, and we have at least 100 people. I'm not the best at guessing estimates of folks in small spaces, but this is kind of a big space. We have people outside, inside, just celebrating. We had Bexar County Judge Peter Sakai here, I'd say perhaps an hour and a half ago at this point, emphasizing a need for unity no matter what happens. We had former Mayor Ron Nuremberg here. In fact, I see him taking pictures with folks. You played a role in leading to the discussions and assembly of a need for a Spurs arena from his viewpoint, and Project Marvel overall. And then current Mayor Gina Ortiz-Jones was also present before she took off. She did not speak on the stage like Bexar County Judge Peter Sakai, but perhaps we'll hear from her a little bit later. But she was one to question the pace of Project Marvel, and especially the specifically the Spurs Arena, believing, alongside others within the city, that perhaps this was a rushed process, and she wanted an independent study on how this would benefit the community at large. But in the end, we'll see how Mayor Jones is able to come out to the community, and moving forward, no matter what happens with this vote on Proposition B, we'll see what she says and what the next steps are. But again, hundreds of people here, they're enjoying the vibes so far. Proposition B, majority in favor, 47% against. So we'll be expecting perhaps more speakers in the next hour, but not guaranteed. We'll let the images do the talking for the time being.
Hey guys, Megan Rainey here with KENS 5. I know y'all just heard from Zach Briggs. He was over at the official watch party for the Spurs. We are here at the Friendly Spot in Southtown. This is the official watch party for Cops Metro, one of many organizations that have been very vocal against Prop B. The mood here, it is a bit different than what you're seeing with Zach, but people here are still optimistic. Speaking with an organizer just a few minutes ago, when I shared with her the early results from this election, she said, okay, it's still close. There's still so many votes to be counted, nearly 100,000 votes just today that were casted. And so there's a lot of work for these election workers to do to count all of those votes. So they're still staying optimistic, and they say they don't really want to speak yet officially to us, give us an interview until they get more results in, because those are just the early votes that have been counted so far, showing that Prop B will pass. This group, of course, has been out on the streets, knocking on doors at the polling sites, talking with people why they believe that this proposition should fail. A big reason is the lack of transparency they say happened between county city leaders and then the constituents. They feel like a lot of this was done behind closed doors and was kind of just pressured and put on the citizens too quickly for them to really observe and really do their own research on what exactly this deal means. Of course, this vote just focusing on the venue tax, on visitor tax, that would improving those tax dollars the county would then contribute to this new Spurs arena. But when we were out at the polls, spoke with a woman who said she saw a tax increase and that was enough for her to vote no. So it'll definitely be interesting to see what today's vote, what today's turnout, how that impacts the end results. But as of right now, it does look like the Spurs will be able to see this arena come to life. This vote means so much to the future of this project. In fact, the project, the term sheet the Spurs entered in and agreed to with the city is dependent on this vote passing, of the county being able to contribute more than $300 million towards that more than $1 billion new downtown arena for the Spurs. But again, people here are still trying to be optimistic. They're still standing by their message that they wanted transparency. They also, a big thing of that, and we were on the east side for this very reason, talking to voters that were against this, especially on the east side. Their disappointment is with the history that they have faced with the Frost Bank Center. They were promised when that arena was being built that there was going to be private investment on the east side that would come with that arena. And if you go down there, you really don't see that investment. You don't see those businesses or restaurants and bars. You just, you go there and you go to the Spurs game and then you leave. And that's not what they were sold on all those years ago. And so they have concerns with broken promises. So we heard that from East Side residents specifically when we went to a polling site there earlier this evening. But again, the voter turnout has been tremendous. We had record-breaking turnout for early voting, and then today nearly 100,000 voters. And after 7 o'clock, or I should say at 7 o'clock, because all you had to do was be in line at 7 o'clock to be able to vote. We heard that there was maybe 500 to 700 people still waiting to vote at 7 o'clock across the county. That's something that I haven't seen since I've been covering several elections here in San Antonio and in the county. And so that's why it took a while for us to get those early voting numbers, and it could take hours for us to get those final voting numbers. After 11 o'clock, they say that might be when we get all the votes in and know for sure the final end of this election. We're hoping, though, to get some more updates for you here shortly as they continue to count those votes now. But it has been a very interesting election. We are not seeing any names on this ballot. These were propositions that meant so much to county voters that they turned out. And again, Cops Metro is hosting this watch party I'm at that's at the Friendly Spot. Let me just show you. There weren't a lot of people earlier tonight because they were out in the community. They're at the polling sites. They were canvassing, trying to get people to vote against Prop B. And now it's just a bit of a waiting game for them, but they're trying to stay optimistic, like I mentioned. Something else I want to bring up. Mayor Gina Ortiz-Jones isn't expected to come to this watch party, but she's been brought up when it comes to their arguments against Proposition B, her stance. Back when in August, if you recall, when the city council was considering the term sheet with the Spurs, the mayor was against that term sheet, mainly because she felt that there was lack of transparency when it came to a study done by the city that was funded by the city, but the company that did the study has ties with the Spurs organization. The mayor was then calling for an independent study. Cops Metro agreed with her. They wanted that independent study. And so when the term sheet was voted to move forward, when the majority of city council voted for the term sheet and that moved forward, Cops Metro actually did their own study. They got a professor from UTSA and a different professor that focuses on arenas and how they impact the economy. They found the biggest hole that they saw is with private investment. The Spurs is the organization, according to the term sheet. They're saying they're going to invest in more than $1 billion in private investment. They're going to bring private investment along with this arena. That's part of the term sheet. Well, according to this study done by Cops Metro, they say that that investment doesn't actually have to be in and around the arena. It could be anywhere in San Antonio. And so they're worried about the same thing we saw with the Frost Bank Center, just the lack of investment. The difference here, though, is this arena is already coming to an area that we already do see in the Hemisphere. All these other developments are still kind of in that area. So there is a bit of a difference when you compare Frost Bank Center to moving it downtown, where there is already a lot of development. But the Spurs, part of this agreement is they're going to bring even more development to that area and revitalize downtown even more. So that is part of the agreement. Cops Metro isn't buying it, but again, we're just a wait and see game right now because all we have are those early votes. And I can just tell you, we're still, while it's not the most it's not as lively of a party as you might see over at the Spurs, they're still staying optimistic over here. So we're going to continue to be out here. Like I mentioned before, we're not going to get an official reaction from the organization until more votes are in, but we'll be sure to bring you those updates here. This has been a long effort for this group, and there's been other organizations as well that have been very vocal against Proposition B. When it comes to Proposition A, I just want to touch on that really quickly. There hasn't been much opposition here to Proposition A, to upgrading the rodeo grounds, having a rodeo year-round per se. So people here aren't really focused on Proposition A. Their main focus is that Spurs downtown arena. They say, if they're going to use public funds, use it for public good. That's their saying. So we'll be out here. We'll continue to bring you updates, and we'll continue to bring you those results from both Zach and I from these very opposing views tonight on what has been an historic election in terms of turnout. Hey guys, Megan Rainey here with Ken's 5, just checking in from the official watch party for Cops Metro, one of the organizations that has been against Prop B. We are at the Friendly Spot in Southtown, and it is still a very lively bunch here, despite those early vote results. People I've spoke to say they're still very optimistic, and they believe that this race is still very close, and those early votes are not a full indication, obviously, of the end results. Nearly 100,000 voters going to the ballots today to vote on Prop A and B, and so we are waiting on more results. All we have so far are those early votes. Cops Metro, like I said, they've been very outspoken against Prop B. They've been out in the community talking to people, knocking on doors, hosting different events to try and inform people on why they believe this proposition shouldn't pass. A big thing with them is transparency. They felt like this deal was done behind closed doors between city and county leaders, and they didn't give enough time for constituents to be able to really process what exactly this means for the city and how it could impact the future of our city and county. They were in agreement with Mayor Gina Ortiz-Jones back in August when she was against the term sheet because they wanted an independent economic study done on how an arena will impact the city, especially downtown. Right now, there is no current independent study per se. The city did fund a study. It was done by a group that does have ties to the Spurs. So that was the problem the mayor brought up. She wanted something different, and so did these folks here. They ended up doing their own study. Cops Metro ended up doing their own study, which they say found loopholes in the contract or the term sheet between the Spurs and the city. They believe that allows the Spurs private investment that they say they'll make to be anywhere in the city, not around the arena. They want that private investment to be around the arena. Their big thing is they don't want to use any public dollars for this arena. They want to use public dollars for good for the public is what they say. And so, with this current deal, we have this vote showing that there's going to be at least up to $300 or more than $300 million coming from the county that would contribute towards this Spurs deal. That was the vote today, voting to increase the hotel occupancy tax and the visitor tax, as we put it, to increase that in order for the county to be able to contribute more than $300 million towards this new arena that costs more than $1 billion. So that's the county's contribution that people were voting on today. The reason why this is so critical in the plan, if this vote fails, the term sheet basically, it won't go through. The term sheet is based on this vote going through. So then the Spurs and the city, county, they'll all have to go back to the drawing board and figure out a plan moving forward. The Spurs haven't publicly said what will happen if this vote fails. That's something that they really don't want to, they don't want to touch on. They've just been focused on trying to get voters to vote for Prop B. And another thing that's been brought up a lot is, would the Spurs leave San Antonio? That's been a big discussion. Spurs have not publicly said that they're leaving San Antonio, and people here, they say they don't hate the Spurs. They don't want the Spurs to leave San Antonio. They just don't believe that this is a good deal for the constituents and that they didn't get enough information and that it was a rushed process, and that's why they voted against it. But again, Spurs have not publicly said that, but we've definitely heard that from other leaders, even the county judge at one point hinting that the Spurs could look elsewhere with a competitive NBA market and other cities that are vying for an NBA team. But again, that has not been said, and what is unclear is if all these votes come in and it flips and we see that this Prop B does fail, what happens with the Spurs? They haven't said yet. So we're kind of waiting to see. Again, this all depends on how this vote turns out and what the future of the Spurs organization, the future for the Spurs organization, what that means here in San Antonio. But again, the Spurs organization, their focus has been on getting voters to vote for Prop B so they say they can continue to contribute to this community. And people here just say that this has been too rushed of a process, and they were not provided with enough transparency within this process. Something else that voters here have discussed, and I'm just going to show you the crowd while I step out of the frame here. Something voters have discussed with me today when I was at the polls. I went to the east side specifically, and they talked to me about the fact that there at the Frost Bank Center years ago, they were promised a ton of development. They were promised private investment would come with that arena there on the east side, and they say, you know, that just didn't happen. They feel like there's been broken promises, and that's a big reason why, you know, they kind of just don't have trust in the Spurs organization because of that reason. They never really saw all of that development come to fruition. And so a lot of east side voters told me that they were not going to vote, that they voted against Prop B, but I will say we did speak with voters that voted for it. So it's hard to gauge, you know, after speaking with voters today, you know, how exactly this is going to play out. But based off the early results, I'm just going to go over those numbers for you as I have them right here. Give me a moment. I want to give you the exact percentages. So this is all we have right now, early votes, showing for Prop B, 53.05% are for it. Against it, 46.95. That's Proposition B related to the Spurs Arena downtown. Now, Prop A related to the rodeo, stock show and rodeo, and expanding the rodeo operations there at the Freeman Coliseum at the rodeo grounds. There's 57.47 for it and 42.53 against it. So Prop A looks like, regardless, just with the margins there, looks like it's going to pass, but even with just the early votes. Prop B is where it's still clearly too close to call with just those early votes there. So we are, again, here at if you're just joining us on this live stream, it's Megan Reyna here with Ken's 5. We are at the official watch party for the Cops Metro group that is against Proposition B. We're at the friendly spot here in Southtown. We've been here for several hours. A lot of these folks earlier today were out talking with voters, and they've been knocking on doors for months now, sending out flyers, just really trying to get their opinion across to voters to try and sway them to vote against Proposition B for a lack of transparency. So they are still out here just waiting for these results, and while, you know, things might not look up for them at this moment, they're still very optimistic. They don't want to give an official comment, however, until more results come in. So we're still waiting for more results to come in. I want to point out, let's talk a little bit now, backtracking to just the amount of people that voted today. So according to the Bexar County elections officials, they had nearly 100,000 people show up to the polls. All you had to do was be in line at 7 o'clock to be able to vote. That's the rule. They say at 7 o'clock across the county, there was anywhere between 500 to 700 people still waiting in line to vote. That was a reason we didn't get those early voting numbers until a lot later than we're used to getting. And right now, we're just waiting for them to count all of those votes. So these numbers, the results are coming in later than we're used to, just considering all the people that have decided, I need to get out there and vote. And again, the rule, got to be in line at 7 o'clock. They were in line at 7 o'clock. And so they made sure that each person had a chance to cast their vote in this election, which has nothing to do with people being elected, has a lot to do with the future of the Spurs organization. So it's very interesting to see that turnout, and we're just waiting to see what does that turnout mean for this vote. Does this mean that there's more that it was people that really want the Spurs to have this arena, or is it the opposite effect? So that's, we've yet to see that. We're waiting to get those results to see what this big turnout meant for this election, or will it stay really close? Right now, it's still pretty close. So we're out here, we're monitoring things, and we'll continue to bring you updates as we get them. And I know Zach is also, he's at the official watch, Zach Briggs is at the official watch party for the Spurs organization. We also had a crew at the official watch party for the stock show and rodeo, which again looks like it is going to pass without a problem, and they're going to be able to have a so-called rodeo year-round. And so again, we're just monitoring these results as we get them, and we'll bring you an update as soon as we have them.
We're going to check mic 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 1 2. It's Tuesday night, election night 2025. Bill Taylor 1 2 V Mix 1 1 1 2 2 2. Oh, my time has expired. Well then, let's relaunch. Marcus, can you do me a big? Thank you. I forgot to do that while I was over there, and now that I'm wired up. And just, if you could, yeah, perfect. There it is. Right there. Whoa. Like I said, mount is a little on the shaky side.
All right, let me know when you're ready, and I'll just send the push.
Ooh, yeah,
Whoa.
don't do that.
There you go.
Don't do that. You'll be live right away.
Keep it on RS9, right?
Yeah,
That's where you want it?
I'll get you just a sec.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, just don't want to have you live when you're not ready.
It's okay.
Hey, Greg.
Yes, sir.
Gabe just said that elections are giving an update.
Okay.
I don't know if that interferes.
Nope, it'll be fine. I just have to get over there pretty quickly here to take care of it. But give me like another 60 seconds or so, and then send the push.
I am ready, by the way, just so you know. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see what he's saying.
I just pushed.
Thank you. Bill, I'm gonna be ready in just a second. Oh, is there anything up on Max yet?
No, that's a good idea. There we go. How to re-sign in. You should see something now. So is this current live going to be? You should see something now. Oh, we're hot. So is this current live going to be? As I'm hearing myself. Good evening, everyone. Election results will continue. This is Bill Taylor live in the Ken's 5 Digital Center, but now you'll also see us here. Thank you, Greg Matthews, Digital Ninja himself, as we can bring you some weather on this election night Tuesday. Blessings to you and yours. Hope you're having a fabulous evening. And I can tell you that on these temperatures, the numbers you're seeing, all precincts are reporting 100%. So it is 63 in San Antonio. I know we're getting, from what I understand, it's coming in a little bit of a trickle. Like we're only getting the early results right now, early vote tallies, if you will. Polls obviously closed on time at 7, but remember that if people get online by 7, they get to vote. So you could have had lines that were still seeing voters go through as late as 7:30, even after. So, but if you've got a weather question, I've got your answers, or at least I will try my best to do so on this Tuesday night. Definitely no weather concerns. Election officials are always, and political candidates always on the edge of their seat about how the weather will be on an election day, because that can really keep people from the polls. And as you know, today we've been in such a beautiful weather pattern. No rain, no clouds. I mean, everything has been just phenomenal. All right, we do need some rain though, but we've got to get some clouds and shift weather patterns before we even have an opportunity to talk about a chance of seeing rain. So we'll go to highs today, 80s, but barely. We did see some mid-80s down to the south and west. 84s were the hottest spots out there. We've got Eagle Pass, Carrizo Springs, Cotulla, Pearsall, 83 Gonzales, they got close, but 79 for the city, which, yeah, a little above average, but I mean, not by much. Take a look. We've got temperatures today that we're running, just a couple degrees above average, 3 to be exact. Nothing like they saw in 1968. Record high of 94 back in the 60s. 50 this morning, but I'll tell you, that pales in comparison to what we saw elsewhere. How about Kerrville this morning? Got down to 40. Wow. That's cold. And remember, Mountain Home or some of the communities outside of Kerrville within Kerr County probably saw some upper 30s. I would even venture to say parts of Gillespie County, Kendall County, saw some isolated upper 30s and some valleys out there for sure. 45 Hondo was chilly, 47 New Braunfels, 48 Pleasanton, always a couple degrees cooler than that, so that's pretty typical. Now, as we head into tomorrow, not as chilly tomorrow morning. We're expecting seasonal numbers, 56 to 57 in the city. I think the model's a little on the warm side for the hill country. I think we see some 40s across Kerrville, Fredericksburg, and the like. I think we get, a mild afternoon out of our Wednesday. We're looking at about 83 in the city, 84 to 85 south. So similar to today, but, just increasing temperatures by a few degrees. And then for Thursday, we should be upwards of 84 to 85. We're definitely seeing a warming trend. You see 87, Cotulla, and a lot of that air is going to push north, and we get closer to a record high on Friday. We're expecting 88, and I forgot to check what the record is on Friday, but it's going to be close. But here's the good news. Cool mornings and mild afternoons, because the dew points are going to stay low. It's all about the dew point. And so we're living in that pleasant to comfortable range on these dew point temperatures. When you see them in the 40s and 50s, that's good. Dry air, dry enough to at least be comfortable. And notice how it falls off the chart. It's not even on the chart when we get into the weekend because of our weekend front. That's going to be the next front that rolls through. But because of our upper level setup, because of our lack of moisture, this front comes through dry. So I can show you that the highs are going to be back and forth over the next several days. Look at the size of this system that's going to drop in out of Canada. That is a real big area of low pressure. Huge, huge tilt, negative tilt right there. Look at that. Good positive vorticity in and around that low. Man, that is a monster system covering a lot of real estate. Look at that. From East Canada all the way south to Florida. That's impressive. And we're going to get, a lot of instability, a lot of high upper level winds will be associated in those tightly packed isobars that you see around that low pressure center. All of that will not change our weather whatsoever. We're going to continue to see a northwest flow off the back side of that low, and that keeps things very stable. High pressure also keeping things very quiet. And then we're in what we call that zonal flow pattern, where you see the west to east flow of these upper level winds, especially right in here. See how there's hardly any kink, any dips. That means that things are just so quiet. Just a very, very stagnant, quiet weather pattern moving forward. We just don't see much of a change. Trying to see if anybody, usually my cast of regulars on our weather. Go Spurs, go. There goes Jesse. Nice. So you can see water vapor and satellite and radar all together on this image. Really cool image. I like seeing all three layers up at once. And you can see where the high has its influence. Look at the dry air over the Gulf. Just crazy dry underneath that dome of high pressure. So that will, again, show you that things are remaining very, very quiet. So, before we go to the 14-day forecast, good news on the pollen numbers. You know, if you were feeling your allergies over the weekend, no shocker there. We had heavy counts of molds on Saturday and Sunday both, especially Sunday got up over 8,000, if memory serves. And so we're in good shape as they stay nice and light, both molds and fall elm, nothing too bad. But it won't be long before we're starting to report on cedar. Let's pray for another year of relatively decent cedar numbers. Last cedar season wasn't bad. We never got to a 5-digit count. That's such a blessing. I mean, I remember we were high 9,000s, but we never got to 10. And that's so rare. I mean, we always at least see 1 or 2 good spells, I'll call them, of, you know, like 20, 30,000 count days in mountain cedar season. It gets crazy. And those big fronts that would start blasting in, you know, once we get into December, January, February, that's when you start, those juniper trees will send all that mountain cedar in from the hill country, and the counts will elevate. We go heavy. In fact, the highest count ever recorded was mountain cedar. It was 85,000. It was ridiculous. I don't think you could even see. I think visibility, it was like fog. I don't know. It was just, I can't even imagine what that was like. I mean, 30, 40,000 counts for turning your cars yellow, especially with ragweed. But speaking of, ragweed season made up for mountain cedar season last year. I remember ragweed season had a pretty impressive year on the heels of a quieter cedar season. So, again, that's on the way. Fall elm hasn't been misbehaving too badly, but we'll soon start seeing some cedar show up. Veterans Day is on the 14th day. You see November 11th, sunny and 73. So that's obviously behind the front. Look at the high on Monday the 10th, the birthday of our United States Marine Corps, 71. The front, the winds are going to be the most impactful part of this front's arrival, and that's going to be Sunday. No chance of rain. This front comes through dry. But look at Sunday's wind speeds. North-northeast, 20 to 30 miles per hour. So any kind of weekend plans on Sunday, prepare for those kind of wind speeds. If you've got, I was thinking about birthday parties and the big blow-up bouncy houses. Those will be, you got to anchor them down on Sunday if you're going to be doing that. And then there's the warming trend. You see 56 to 83 tomorrow, 59 to 85 Thursday, closer to 90 on a high Friday. There'll be several 90s on the map Friday afternoon. Won't be San Antonio, but south, west for sure too. Maybe Uvalde, Del Rio. You'll probably hit 90 come Friday. And then the cool down. And that's the atmosphere. I mean, it's always a prefrontal warming, because what happens before a front moves in, and as the front comes in, the air compresses a bit. There's a bit of a compression action in the atmosphere, and that will always heat things up a touch. But yeah, so that might actually be a record high come Friday. All right, that's going to wrap things up. It's pretty quiet on the weather front. Pun intended. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and wrap things from this end. If what I'll tell you is good news, we'll have full election coverage. I don't know that all the precincts will be 100% reported by 10 p.m., but we will have the latest on KENS 5 News at 10. But also remember, everything is staying on here. We're not taking down this stream. I'm just going to stop this weather coverage. And of course, election results, we got our digital team on deck and ready to go until this is done. And they'll be giving you everything you need to know on KENS5.com, as well as right here on Facebook and all our KENS 5 platforms. Don't forget KENS 5 Plus. Don't forget, right now, airing tonight, Reigning Threes with Easties and Henry. It's an awesome episode. Okay? Lots of fun on Reigning Threes on KENS 5 Plus. God bless y'all. Have an awesome Tuesday night, and we'll see you on KENS 5 News at 10.
everyone, it is absolutely a party in here after the apparent passage of Proposition A. Now, let me tell you, when the election results first came in, showing those early voting numbers, the crowd in here just erupted in a lot of cheers and definitely a lot of excitement here. Now, we are here at the Frontier Club, which is here on the fairgrounds of the stock show, of the Freeman Coliseum. And like I said, everyone here is just having a blast, just definitely excited over the passage or apparent passage of Proposition A. Now, I spoke with both county leaders as well as the San Antonio Rodeo Association. Now, they tell me that with the apparent passage of Proposition A, they can now begin planning their future, which includes a year-round rodeo facilities for the community here. They also plan on upgrading facilities here at the Freeman Coliseum, as well as the Frostbank Center and the grounds here. Now, county leaders say it will take some time before that planning can begin, but the San Antonio Rodeo Association says that they're ready to get to work. They're ready to start sitting down with county leaders, making plans for constructions and timelines, things like that. Now, county leaders, we spoke with Rebecca Clay Flores. She is the Precinct 1 County Commissioner. Now, she says that this means a lot of economic development for the east side. She said just like the south side, the east side has been neglected for some time, and this will now bring a lot of economic development to the area, including jobs, infrastructure, and things like that. So she also says the county's ready to get to work. Now, we also had spoken with Cody Davenport. He's the CEO and Executive Director of the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Association. He just wanted to thank everyone, especially the Bexar County community, everyone who voted for Proposition A, for believing in them and making this a reality for them, and the apparent passage of Proposition A. Of course, at 10 o'clock, we'll have a full wrap-up and hear more from our county leaders and the San Antonio Rodeo Association. Mike Menace, KINS 5. Okay, I think we're good.
your voice.
What is most important tonight is that whatever the results are, we come together as a community.
Polls are closed, ballots are in, and counting continues across the state.
It's really important to have the Spurs here because it's about community economic development.
Here in San Antonio, the debate over Project Marble and a new proposed downtown arena for the Spurs comes to a head.
First of all, it accomplishes the goals that we have articulated about our downtown and about the east side economic opportunity that we've been talking about for years.
You know, if you're red, you're going to be red. If you're blue, you're going to be blue. And right now, I just need everybody to be black and silver.
Election night on KENS 5 News at 10 starts right now. We begin tonight's election coverage with record-breaking turnout throughout Bexar County.
And the big headline at this hour, results are still slowly pouring in as lines to vote stretched well into the night. Election officials say that Bexar County outpaced 2023 voting numbers by 4 p.m. today.
Driving that turnout, a pivotal funding decision for a potential downtown Spurs arena and a makeover for the Freeman Coliseum. We have team coverage tonight across our cities as returns are being counted.
We want to get to the big item that generated a lot of debate, Proposition B. This would give Bexar County the green light to fund up to $300 million for a new San Antonio Spurs arena downtown.
The money would come from a hike in venue tax. Early voting tallies showed a greater percentage of voters approving the measure. But again, the ballots are still coming in, and tonight it is still close. Right now, as you can see, almost 53% for this measure, a little over 47% against.
And tonight, KENS 5 reporter Zach Briggs is live with Prop B supporters. Zach, what is their reaction based on the results so far?
Well, so much energy here tonight. It's a little bit hard to hear you guys back in the studio. The crowd just erupting in excitement. I'll get out of the way. And when the early voting numbers came in favor of Prop B, they just got extra loud. And as of just minutes ago, we had nearly 53% voting in favor of Prop B, 47% against. And this led to constant chants of "Go Spurs, go!" And so many people here decked out in Spurs gear, the Coyote making a cameo, and so did Bexar County Judge Peter Sakai. Sakai emphasizing his support for Props A and B, and no matter what happens in the end, that the community must come together, he said. Mayor Gina Ortiz-Jones did not speak on stage, but we know she was briefly at the Ice House before taking off. And more than $300 million from an increased venue tax would help pay for a new Spurs arena downtown. The city and Spurs also contributing toward the $1.4 billion facility. Supporters arguing this would lead to immense economic growth, benefiting the community for years to come. Now here's one Spurs fan. He is ready to go, and he's ready to be here all night.
It's a 4-quarter fight, just like the games. Right now we're in the third, we're up, but we just got to hold on to the lead and finish it all strong. Go Spurs, go, baby, let's get that new arena. Let's go, San Antonio.
And it is still a waiting game. Everyone here is very much thrilled about the way it's going so far, in favor of Prop B for a potential new home in terms of funding for the Spurs downtown. We'll be here throughout the evening as well. Now, live north of downtown, I'm Zach Briggs, KENS 5.
Thank you, Zach. Now, opponents to Project Marvel are also keeping a close eye on tonight's results.
And again, it's looking like a tight race for Proposition B. Again, 53% for, with 47% against. What is separating the two right now? A little over 9,000 votes.
Let's go to Megan Reina, who is at the friendly spot with the COPS Metro group that's been outspoken against this measure. Megan?
EC's Henry, very outspoken. We just heard from one of the leaders of COPS Metro about 30 minutes ago, who says they are not conceding at this point with just about 25% of those votes, and instead they're very energized by that voter turnout. Now today they were going door to door canvassing for voters and even bringing some voters to the polls that didn't have rides. So they say that has been their mission, to reach the voters. They say they aren't spending millions of dollars on TV ads. Instead, they're trying to reach the people at their homes. Now, this organization's also hosted several events and rallies. Their concern is with the lack of transparency from both county and city leaders when it comes to Project Marvel. Their motto is use public dollars for public good. They don't trust that the Spurs organization is going to live up to their promise to bring private investment downtown. And while this vote is just focusing on raising that venue or visitor tax, they know this ultimately decides whether that term sheet passed by City Council in August holds up. Now here is Father Jimmy Drennan with COPS Metro.
Right now we are aware that the votes are showing that there are more people in favor of Prop B, and we are hoping that that changes, but we are an organization that respects the will of the voter, and right now we are not conceding by any means, but we are saying that we are very happy to see how many people have voted in early voting and how important they believe their voice is in this whole issue.
Yeah, and you just heard it right there. They are not conceding by any means, but instead, regardless of the outcome, they will stay engaged with all of the people that they met throughout this entire process. And they say they also will continue to try and work with city leaders to see how San Antonians can be better taken care of, whether it's at City Hall or also with county leaders as well. The energy here, they're still optimistic as they're waiting for more results to come in. Reporting live from Southtown, Megan Reina, KENS 5.
Megan, thank you. We're also following Proposition A tonight. Here's a look at the results so far. A slight lead for this measure, with 57% of the vote voting for, 42% against.
And this would give the San Antonio Rodeo Association the ability to start planning for their future at the fairgrounds. Tonight, KENS 5's Mike Jimenez is live at their watch party. Mike, we see a lot of cowboy hats out there. What is the mood there with those results?
Well, Henry, EC's, I mean, it is just a party in here. The event actually just wrapped up a few moments ago, but as you can see, everyone is still having a blast there. It's a lot of excitement in the atmosphere tonight. But let me tell you, when those early numbers first came in, this crowd just erupted in roars and cheers because they fought a hard campaign to get this passage, or apparent passage, of Proposition A. Now, with that apparent passage of Proposition A, the San Antonio Rodeo Association proposition, along with the county can now start planning their future. By Bexar County voters approving Prop 8, community leaders say this will generate about $192 million in revenue. That money will be used for upgrades to the Frost Bank Center as well as the Freeman Coliseum and Fairgrounds. Now, one of the goals with these upgrades will be the opportunity to create a year-round rodeo activities.
We're so ecstatic right now. We want to thank all the Bexar County citizens out there for supporting us. You know, we've been down here so long. We've tried to do good for so long, and it means the world to see them get out there and believe in us like this.
It's going to be community economic development, not only for Bexar County, but for the east side. The east side, similar to the south side, has really been left behind. And so it's really about economic development. So it's creating more jobs, it's creating infrastructure, and it's creating more resources.
And Cody Davenport with the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Association says they can now sit down with county leaders and set timelines on construction and bringing the Western industry to the east side on a year-round basis, allowing the organization the opportunity to grow to the level they need to be and embrace their east side neighbors and making more of an impact in the youth community. Now, Davenport ended by saying he wanted to thank everyone in Bexar County who voted for Proposition A, saying thank you for believing in them and passing or appearing to pass Proposition A. Mike Menace, KINS 5.
Mike, thank you. A big decision tonight for families living in Northeast ISD, the second largest district in the city. On the ballot, a nearly $500 million bond.
It covers upgrades to aging buildings, new technology, and safety improvements. It was broken up across 5 different propositions. Here's a look at those results tonight. Prop A designates more than $400 million for district-wide renovations and improvements, looking especially at things like chillers, roof repairs, and other repairs. So far, as you can see there, 60% of voters are for this measure.
And for Prop B, it looks like more than half of the voters also supporting Prop B with Northeast ISD. That would cover more than $50 million for technology upgrades. You can see the results right here, 57% for, and this is within Proposition B at Northeast ISD.
Prop C a little bit closer. It issues nearly $30 million for upgrades to athletic facilities, including the Blossom Athletic Center and the facilities at the Northeast Sports Park and District Softball Complex. The vote here very, very close, 50% both for and against tonight.
And Prop D sets aside $9 million for renovations to Comalander and Hero Stadium. And you can see right here, more than 52% against, or it looks like 47% are for Prop D at Northeast ISD.
And finally, Prop E, it focuses on $2 million in upgrades to the Josh Davis and Walker natatoriums. Northeast ISD voters nearly, again, split on this one. It's going to come down to the wire. Just over 50% of voters for and 49.91 against, as returns continue to come in at this hour. Meantime, the state was looking to update the Constitution with 17 amendments on the ballot.
We're talking from property taxes to bail reform. We're just going to look at what voters decided on a few of those. So we'll begin with Proposition 3. It would require judges to deny bail for people accused of murder, indecency with a child, and other felonies. And as you see right here, for 64% of the vote, while against at 36% of the vote, and this is looking at for Prop 3 for the state constitutional amendment.
Several propositions also focused on property taxes. More than 86%, 87 in fact, of voters at this hour are in favor of Prop 7, which provides exemptions for the spouse of a veteran who died as a result of a condition or disease that is determined to be service related. Voters also overwhelmingly supported Proposition 13. More than 82% of voters in favor of this measure, which would increase the homestead tax exemption from local school districts from $100,000 to $140,000.
And listen, these results, as we mentioned off the top, are slowly coming in. Much has not really changed since the polls closed at 7 o'clock. Our team is standing by, waiting for the latest as they come in. Of course, KINS5.com and the KINS5 mobile app, as you can find all of tonight's state as well as local election results.
Still ahead on Ken's 5 News at 10, an investigation into a fiery UPS plane crash in Louisville. Dramatic video showing the damage left behind. Nate?
Phone lines in the NFL closed this afternoon. Trade deadline day in the gridiron. Dallas Cowboys picking up 2 defensive starters, but with the way the defense has looked thus far, did the trades really even matter? Bill Taylor, I saw Mayor Ron on our program talking about election night. That's funny to me and you because he's currently in last place in our fantasy football league.
He's not doing so
He
hot.
should have more important things to think about.
His rookie season. All right, coming up, we're going to be talking about Veterans Day and 2 cold fronts in the forecast. Next.
Student found a gun at Harlan High School on Monday, according to the school principal. The gun was found on the ground by a student who told school officials and a parent. Tonight, the district says it is continuing to investigate the incident. The Northside ISD Police Department has possession of the weapon.
Tonight, investigators say a mix-up at a short-term rental led to a man pointing a gun at officers. San Antonio police say the man thought that he was renting the entire home off Marshall Street. However, a woman was renting a room inside, which led to confusion and confrontation. When police showed up, investigators say the 31-year-old man pointed a gun at officers. He eventually came back out and gave himself up. Tonight, he's facing a charge of aggravated assault on a police officer.
Caught on camera the moment a UPS cargo plane exploded while taking off from an airport in Louisville, Kentucky. Video shows the plane with a wing on fire and a trail of smoke before the blast. Tonight, the Associated Press is reporting at least 7 people are dead. 11 others are hurt. Cristian Benavides has the latest.
The Federal Aviation Administration says the UPS cargo plane crashed Tuesday evening as it was taking off from Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport.
I can confirm that there was no specifically hazardous cargo on board of the plane that would create an environmental issue for those around the site, but the impact and where it impacted could create those types of situations. So please, if there is a shelter in place, follow it.
Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg spoke about the crash to CBS Louisville affiliate WLKY.
My understanding is that there were about 280,000 gallons of fuel on the plane, and so that is, extreme reason for concern in so many different ways.
The FAA says the plane was a McDonnell Douglas MD-11 bound for Honolulu. The Louisville Metro Police Department said in a social media post that injuries have been reported. On X, Louisville's police department asked people to stay away from the scene. Police issued a shelter-in-place order within 5 miles of the airport. The FAA says it will investigate the crash with the National Transportation Safety Board. Cristian Benavides, CBS News.
We have an update to a story we first brought you last night at 10. Austin's Vandegrift High School secured 3rd place at the UIL State Marching Band competition after the trailer hauling their equipment was hit by a train. The tractor trailer was on its way to the competition at the Alamo Dome when it became stranded on the tracks and was hit. Leander ISD says the driver and passenger were able to get out of the truck before the crash. Other area schools, including San Antonio Reagan High School, stepped in to help the students compete, even offering their own instruments. Some great news to report tonight, Bill.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal story, just seeing local schools help them out, because I was going to say their equipment had to have been damaged or if not destroyed. Oh, wow, that's an awesome story. All right, outside tonight, beautiful weather. In fact, an incredible shot of our gorgeous moon, the natural satellite that orbits our Earth, in full bloom this evening. Thanks to the great work of Jason Eggleston, my man. Beautiful lens work. Look at that. I mean, that is just gorgeous out there. In fact, you're going to see some more of his great work as we see some volleyball highlights coming up in just a few minutes. Let's head outside here at the Hill, where we've got winds coming in from the east and southeast. You see Old Glory, you see the Texas state flag. When they're left to right, that means it's a south to southeast wind near 10 miles per hour, so it's not as though it's a windy night. We've got 68 on the thermometer and 55 on the dew point, so not too bad, but that's probably one of the higher dew points that we've seen of late. Temperatures today, 82 at Seguin, 83 Gonzales, high of 84 when you get to Pearsall, Cotulla, Carrizo Springs, Eagle Pass. So 79 for us. And I will say this, the next few afternoons, these numbers will be inching up. Okay, we're not going to be going to record highs just yet, but maybe by Friday we start flirting with some records. 94 from 1988 stays in place, as cold as 28 today. 1991. So 50 this morning in the city. So that's pretty close to seasonal average of about 54 this time of year. But look, we were one of the warmer spots. I mean, New Braunfels 47, 48 Pleasanton. Hondo got down to 45, Kerrville 40. And if you're looking at Kerrville and even Fredericksburg at 42, you know some low-lying areas of Gillespie, Kerr, Kendall counties got down into the upper 30s this morning. Won't be as chilly tomorrow morning. In fact, it's 7, 8 o'clock. We're probably looking at upper 50s. I think this is a little bit warmer than what we'll see in the hill country, where they'll probably see some upper 40s tomorrow morning. And then a few degrees higher tomorrow as we get into some more mid-80s the next couple of afternoons, even closer to 87 once we get into Thursday. But the good news is this, dew points aren't going up with these temperatures. They're staying in the pleasant to comfortable categories. As long as that's the case, this air is going to be fine. It's going to feel good. And then you can see the dew points just falling off as two fronts come through later this week. Look at this blockbuster storm. I mean, across the Great Lakes into the Northeast, huge coverage. I mean, from eastern Canada to Florida, that storm system. But high pressure is going to be keeping us quiet, zonal flow in place. So Ken's 5's exclusive 14-day forecast, hard to find a weather change. We do have a warming trend, 83 tomorrow, 85 Thursday, closer to 90 by Friday. That could be the record high day. Notice that mornings will get a few degrees warmer each morning as well. Now the front. The two fronts, they're going to be coming through on the beginning of next week. Look at Sunday's wind speeds. So plan for this. North-northeast winds gusting 20 to 30 miles per hour. Much cooler as we get into Monday the 10th, the Marine Corps birthday. Tuesday the 11th, Veterans Day, looks beautiful, sunny and 73, before we climb back up into the mid-80s for mid-November. Nate with some spikes next.
Ken's 5 News This Morning keeps you prepared for whatever the day brings. Working overnight to get you the latest breaking news. Stay ahead of the storm with Weather Impact Alert Days. Start with the team you trust on Ken's 5 News This Morning. Weekdays starting at 4:30 a.m.
At the K-Lig Auto Group, we're committed to service excellence, so you can commit to the busy schedule of life. That's why our service technicians are focused on fixing your vehicle right the first time. As a matter of fact, 95% are fixed right the first time. It's also why every North Park and Bluebonnet dealership offers no-charge service loaners, so you'll never have to hit pause. Committed to service excellence, so you can commit to your busy life. The North Park Bluebonnet family of dealerships, serving San Antonio, New Braunfels, and Castroville.
There's nothing more important than your family and your home. So when you notice signs of foundation problem, it's time to contact Olshan. They'll evaluate your home for free and get you the answers that you need.
Since 1933, Olshan Foundation Solutions has led the way with highly skilled and certified technicians, innovative technologies, and a warranty you can depend on.
Take care of what matters most. Contact Olshan for a free estimate today.
And visit olshanfoundation.com.
Medicare Advantage annual enrollment period is October 15th through December 7th. Contact Copeland Insurance Group or visit one of our office locations. We can also serve you online or over the phone. We work for you, not the insurance company. Speak to one of our licensed agents today.
We had our biggest loss of the season, but an entree and a Pizookie for $13 feels like a win. That's our first win of the season.
Celebrate anything with a choice of 8 entrees plus a mini Pizookie for $13.
Today's pollen count. Good news continues after a weekend of heavy counts. Molds stay light. Fall elm is light. Ken's 5 News at 10 returns in 1 minute.
Would you look at that? Topgolf has football.
Topgolf has football?
Topgolf is football! Topgolf has football. Enjoy our new game day menu with half-off golf all day, Monday through Thursday. You're better off at Topgolf.
George gets justice.
You've just been in an accident, and now you're asking yourself, what do I do now? You're dealing with pain, medical bills, and missing work. Dealing with the insurance company feels overwhelming. George Salinas Injury Lawyers, we're here for you. We'll listen and explain your options and fight to get you the justice you deserve. No upfront fees, no stress, just real help when you need it most. Call George Salinas Injury Lawyers today or visit us at getgeorge.com.
George gets justice. Getgeorge.com.
You know Topgolf has football.
Topgolf has football?
Topgolf has football! Topgolf has football. Play the all-new field goal challenge for $40 per hour per bay every Sunday. You're better off at Topgolf.
Hot tub and swim spa clearance sale at Family Leisure. Several hot tubs under $100 a month.
Jacoby Brissett has made a name for himself lately as the star in a string of progressive commercials highlighting backup quarterbacks and the need for insurance. I think these are really funny. The Cowboys, though, they don't care about the promotions. They've effectively ruined Progressive's campaign by turning Brissett into a starting quarterback. The Cardinals have officially named Brissett their starter after he torched the Dallas defense for 2 touchdowns and a 10-point win on Monday Night Football. That's how low the Cowboys' defense has sunk. It makes you wonder if the 2 defensive players that Jerry Jones traded for today will even make a difference. They're both starting caliber, and in the case of defensive tackle Quinnen Williams, he's a Pro Bowler, 27 years old, acquired from the New York Jets. Williams immediately becomes an anchor in the middle of the Cowboys' front. Cowboys are 29th out of 32 teams in rush yards allowed per game. So Williams on paper is going to help that out. Dallas sending back a 2027.
All right. Hey, everyone on KENS 5 Plus and joining us on our social media pages. KENS 5 anchor Henry Ramos here, and our KENS 5 news team is still hard at work as it is 11:21 p.m., almost midnight here, and what an election day here in Bexar County. We just got the final results just in. Now we can report, according to the Bexar County Elections Office, that out of the 285 polling sites across the county, they have all been accounted for. And as you see right below me, a slam dunk. The Coliseum and the Arena propositions are a win as both measures, Prop A and Prop B, have passed here in Bexar County. Let's look at the numbers together. So we're looking at Proposition B, the Spurs Arena project, and you can see as I'm reading the numbers here, for Proposition B, 52.14%, 52.14% for Proposition B, and then about 47.86% against voted for Proposition B. As you can see, just the amount of the separation of the votes there at the top left hand, right there at the top left hand of your screen. And then Proposition A, this was another one that generated a lot of buzz, Proposition A. So we're looking at 55.91% voted for Proposition A, and then against 44.09%. When we talk about Proposition A, this is the Rodeo Coliseum project. This would give upgrades to the Freeman Coliseum, to the Frost Bank Center, really allow the rodeo to do what they've been talking about, the San Antonio Rodeo Association, these all year long events, besides these upgrades to this facility. And county leaders have always said with Proposition A that the money would come from venue taxes, including money from hotel and tourism sales. And to get really in the weeds with the numbers, if you want to talk about that, the hotel occupancy tax within Proposition A is going from 1.75 to 2%. So a lot of that money generated from the increase from that hotel tax would go to these upgrades for the Freeman Coliseum as well as the Frost Bank Center. And then again, the San Antonio Rodeo saying that they kind of want to make this an all-year attraction for San Antonio on the east side, to have different events all year long instead of course, just in February when we have our big rodeo here. But that would be Proposition A. If we want to go back to Proposition B, because I know that this was a really obviously heated debate and contentious one. When we look at the turnout for Bexar County today, I'm looking at the very top here of the elections website. So it seems that out of the voter turnout today, which Michelle Carew, the elections administrator, I spoke to her yesterday and we talked about the early voting numbers. She liked what she saw, calling it historic, and then even going into today, about halfway through the day, saying that to quote her, saying that we shattered numbers from 2023. But she had also mentioned to me yesterday that she believes what drew out a lot of voters here, because you think about it, it was the props that were on the ballot. Besides bond elections with school districts, we also had the state constitutional amendment, 17 of those. A lot of people typically, historically, don't come out for these, but she believed that Props A and B really generated the voter turnout. But if we look at the voter turnout, 19.31% of total registered voters for Bexar County showed up to the polls. If we're going to break down the numbers, that's about 248,000 people that voted in this election. That, of course, includes early voting numbers as well as Election Day today, as polls were open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. But as we look at Proposition B, as we see 52% voting for and against 47% voting against Proposition B, we've been seeing that this was really close. It was a little narrow compared to Proposition A from what we saw today. And of course, we saw the two dueling watch parties. We had the Spurs watch party that was at the Rivers and Ice House. And so I'm actually just going to read a little bit because Peter Holt actually spoke to supporters out there about the results, saying, of course, that they love the county, they love the city. This coming from Peter Holt. And that I know he was asked about talking to Mayor Gina Ortiz-Jones, who did show up. She didn't publicly speak, I believe, at this rally, but they did have a moment to speak. And of course, you may recall, during this whole process leading up to the election, Mayor Jones was calling for an independent study for Proposition B. But to quote Peter Holt, says that they spoke and that they're going to be working together with partnerships and relationships to keep the ball rolling and moving this forward. And this was kind of that next big step in terms of Proposition B and moving the Spurs to a downtown arena. But as you see here, these results all reporting in finally a 285 polling sites all calculated, but we've got 52% for, and then we've got 47% against. Right now. We can kind of take a look at other, I know we looked at other races, some of them from Northeast ISD, from some of the bonds. Those were a little bit close on certain ones. There was Proposition A, Proposition B, C, and D, and E. And I'm going to read some of those as I'm refreshing here the page of Bexar County, so bear with me. But if we look at Northeast ISD, when it comes to Proposition A, a lot of this had to do with changes to the school district from facility upgrades. We're talking about from schools as well to stadiums, different things like that. Proposition A looks like overwhelmingly passed, 60% under Northeast ISD. And again, this is looking at Northeast ISD, their bond election. This Proposition B, I'm looking at 56% also passed compared to against was 43%. There was a couple that were really close, and this is the next one, Proposition C. For 50%, barely passed because against was 49%. And again, this is all with Northeast ISD. And then as we look at Proposition D with this one, it looks like this one did not pass, against getting 53% of the vote, while for only got 46% of the vote. And then the last one under Northeast ISD, Proposition E, it looks like this one also did not pass, against getting 50% of the vote, and then for 49%. So there's were a couple there. I want to talk about Northeast ISD, obviously it being the second largest school district. And we were talking about, I think it was nearly $500 million bond. So it was big money. And again, it kind of tackled and dealt with a lot of different things for the school district there as well. As for the 17 Texas constitutional amendments, that was the other thing on the ballot. Obviously, if you voted and you saw that ballot was really long, especially with the language involving not only with the propositions here locally, but as well as the constitutional amendments on the ballot, and 17 of them. To quote the Texas Tribune here, it looks like that all 17 constitutional amendments are on the verge of approval. But again, I don't know if we look at the state, I can pull that up, the state website, to see if how those results are tracking in right now. What's interesting that I want to point out, and I know that we've probably have received some comments, and maybe I should look on Facebook to see, because it is really late. We're almost approaching 30 minutes until a new day here, but we've been waiting patiently all day and all night really for these results. It took a while because the polls close at 7 p.m. and as we always say, as long as that you're in line by 7 p.m., you can still vote. Well, we knew a little after 7 o'clock, according to the elections administrator, Michelle Carew, that there were still people waiting in line to vote. I remember her saying that even at election headquarters near downtown, there were still 112 people in line just at that location. Mind you, we had 285 polling sites, and at other locations, she said there were at least other hundreds. So we're looking at hundreds of people still in line at 7 o'clock. So it took a while for those people to get through, and so we couldn't really get the results then until everyone voted. Then we got the first release of early voting numbers, and then since then we've kind of been sitting stagnant until we just finally got the results at 11:12 to be exact. So not even that long ago is when we finally got the full results. So if you're joining us, Henry Ramos here at KENS 5, we still have our KENS 5 news team here. Thank you for joining us on KENS 5 Plus and all of our social media platforms, including Facebook and YouTube. But we're here because we just got the final results from Bexar County with Proposition A and Proposition B. And as you see right next to me, Proposition A, if you're joining us, overwhelmingly passed. I should say both did. Overwhelmingly, though, for Proposition A with 55% of the vote voting for Prop A. This, of course, having to do with upgrades to the Freeman Coliseum and the Frost Bank Center, as well as the San Antonio Rodeo expanding what that looks like. They've talked about kind of year-long activities, as I mentioned, but it looks like 47% voting against this. And then, this is now Proposition B, of course, the Spurs Arena project. This was the big one that I think had everyone's attention as we saw for months leading up to Election Day. A lot of different news conferences, Cops Metro Alliance. I know that they had their watch party tonight. They were in opposition of Proposition B, saying that they felt that this deal was a little rushed. It lacked a lot of public input. Of course, I'm quoting their side of things from Cops Metro, but it looks like it didn't go their way tonight, with only 47% against voting for Proposition B, but it looks like obviously it did pass Proposition B with 52% of the vote voting for Prop B. So with that, allows just for the next step to get the ball rolling for a downtown arena for the San Antonio Spurs. This really did give a lot of talk, and we did hear from Judge Peter Sakai, who had mentioned he wanted to make sure that if the Spurs do leave the Frost Bank Center, that the Frost Bank Center doesn't just sit still or empty. And so now just begins the process, to quote a lot of people saying that this was really a monumental vote for Bexar County, because this really is going to change the trajectory of the city of possibly moving the Spurs downtown, but this is just the beginning of that. And so what this would mean too for Proposition B is that this would generate about $311 million in revenue to help finance the downtown arena. When you look at the price tag for that arena, it's in the billions. I think we have quoted before $1.4 billion price tag for a Spurs arena downtown. And so this now gives that step where the changes, or this would generate money to allow for the city to contribute $311 million in revenue to help finance that arena of $1.4 billion. And so Prop B is again 52% of the vote and against 47% of the vote. I will also look at some of the other things here. When we look at some of the other things that were in here with schools, I talked about Northeast ISD. For Boerne Independent School District, I'll mention them, East Central and Judson, because they were also on the ballot, of course, depending on where you live. But for Boerne ISD, Proposition A looks like it also passed with 54% of the vote, 45% against. If you're interested in East Central ISD, looks like that did not pass with Proposition A for East Central ISD, 55% voting against, while only 44 supporting that measure. And then for Judson ISD, looks like that also did not pass. Judson ISD Proposition A, 60% voting against, while only 39% voting for it. And then I will go through Northeast ISD. If I can call in Jacob, our 10 o'clock producer. Jacob, are you still here? Yes, sir. Do you mind for the Northeast ISD, the props, giving me what each one was? Do you mind? Because I want to make sure, I know I'm mentioning the props, but I just want to go through these to be thorough with you, to let you know exactly what we're talking about here for each one, because each of those different props under Northeast ISD were different categories of what voters were voting on, whether it was facilities, whether it was for the Comalander Stadium and the Hero Stadium for upgrades to that. So I want to make sure that I tell you which ones went through, because as I went through just a few minutes ago, there were two that did not go through, and that's Proposition D and Proposition E under Northeast ISD. So I want to make sure that I get that. So our 10 o'clock producer, Jacob Rodriguez, is working on that. Once he brings that over to me, I'll go through those. Yes, sir.
I want to mention that a couple of the jurisdictions you mentioned have multiple counties involved, so if you're reading just from Bexar County, it may not be accurate.
That is very true.
For Boerne in particular.
Right, because Boerne with Kendall and... Thank you for that. As Greg just mentioned, sorry, just for Boerne specifically and other areas that are split. Of course, I'm just reading you with the Bexar County numbers that we have, but if they're split into other counties, we don't have those results necessarily compiled into. So that is something that, of course, we'll be looking at. But as I'm looking at, just again, for clarification, that way we're all on the same page for Bexar County results, again, that are all fully, completely in at 285 voter centers reported. But if we want to go back to Proposition A and Proposition B, I'll go through those if you're just joining us just now. Again, those results just coming here in the last 20 minutes, that we can officially say Props A and Props B have officially approved by Bexar County voters, both going through for Proposition A with 55% of the vote for and about 44% against for Proposition A in Bexar County. Of course, that dealing with the Freeman Coliseum and upgrades to the Freeman Coliseum, as well as the Frost Bank Center. And then for Proposition B, Of course, we've talked about that one. That one also passed with 52% of the vote voting for Proposition B, and then against 47% of the vote. And then as we look, I'm going to look here through our state website. So we had so many different constitutional amendments that went through, some dealing with property taxes, but it looks like from what I'm seeing, as I mentioned from the Texas Tribune, that it looks like the majority statewide will be passing, not just talking about Bexar County numbers, but it looks like all the different props. Some of them, just to look here, some of them were about property tax breaks on homes of spouses of U.S. veterans who died. Some were about, I know, for lower property taxes on homes specifically destroyed by fire. Looks like that one overwhelmingly passed. A lot of them were doing about the makeup and review of the Texas State Commission on Judicial Conduct. So there was different ones, but I know that if you showed up to the ballot box, it was a lot because it dealt with 17 across the state. Thank you. Thank you, Greg. I'm going to go back to Northeast really quickly. A lot of families with Northeast ISD. And if you're joining us, we appreciate you if you're staying up late with us as we are just, again, getting these results in from Bexar County. And I'm going to go through Northeast ISD really quickly. And, of course, there was A, B, C, D, and E on the ballot. Again, each of them dealing with different items here. But Northeast ISD, as you can see, Proposition A overwhelmingly passed with 60% of the vote. About 40% voting against. This was in terms of general of the bond election for Northeast ISD. Proposition B, more focused on technology within the school district, and it also looks like that this also passed with 57% voting for. Proposition B with Northeast ISD, again dealing with technology upgrades, while 43% voting against. Now to Proposition C with Northeast ISD. This is the one that was really close, and you can see, and I can't see at the very top, what was the separation of votes there? Can we see? Oh, gosh. I may have to do math, but it looks like 140 votes. 140 votes, wow. So that was really close. And Proposition, thank you, Greg, had to do with athletics within the school district. But again, that one was really close with, it looks like barely passed almost, with 50% of the vote voting for. And then what I'm reading from the county's website, 49% voting against. Again, just 140 votes separating that one at Proposition C for NEISD. And then as we look at Proposition D for NEISD, that had to do with the stadiums. Homelander and Heroes are one of the two that I had remembered on those, about upgrades to those. And it looks like that one did not pass. 53% voting against this one, while 46% supporting Proposition D with Northeast ISD, and that one had to do with stadiums. And then the last one, Proposition E, were the natatoriums for the school district. Also, that one did not pass as well. And very, very close on this one. What's the separation, Greg? 375. Wow. Really close on that one. But again, that one did not pass. Proposition E with NEISD with 50% of the vote voting against, while 49% supporting that proposition under NEISD. Again, we thank you so much for joining us. If you are joining us right now at KENS 5, I'm Henry Ramos here in the Digital Center as we are tracking the election results, almost heading into the next day post-election. It has certainly been a long day for election officials as polls open at 7 this morning, going in until 7 o'clock tonight. Really quite a turnout on this day. I want to see if the county, perhaps, the last number that I remember from Michelle Carew about the amount of people that showed up to the polls today, and I know that that number is going to change, was over 90,000. I believe, and that was just voters today. But that was as of 7 o'clock, and obviously she expected that number to change. So interesting enough, I know that for the early voting numbers with mail-in ballots included, we had about 148,000 people show up.
Total ballots cast, just over 248,000.
Thank you. That was the number I wanted to go to next. Thank you. To give you context for the voter turnout, again, today for Bexar County, when we look at early voting and for today, It's about 19% of registered voters in Bexar County. When you think about the amount of registered voters that we have, though, it's 1.2 million and some change. The amount of ballots cast today was about over 248,000. Was the amount of people in Bexar County that voted for early voting and with today. When we looked at the early voting period, what was interesting when I spoke to the elections administrator yesterday ahead of today, we had looked at kind of the number, and they had made a graph from that early voting period from day one, the last day being this past Friday on Halloween. And of course, historically, for Bexar County, the turnout is huge on the first day and typically the last 2 days. What we saw in this early voting period within this election cycle, the last day, they saw big numbers on Halloween. You know, you think about it, it's a Friday, it's also Halloween. A lot of people necessarily doing other things, but a lot of people did vote that day. It was over 24,000. And so when I spoke to Michelle Carew, she was obviously very optimistic about the turnout. But, you know, I asked her what was driving this turnout when you think about, we just got constitutional amendments on the ballot, but she definitely mentioned that she believed it was Prop A and Prop B, as well as the big bond election. When you think about for Northeast ISD, the second largest district in the city, she believes that those three factors really drove out a lot of people for this election. And when I had spoke to her yesterday, she was expecting about 50 to 75,000 ballots cast today. But as I mentioned, the last number that we heard from her earlier in the evening was about over 90,000. I know that number has certainly changed. But again, when we look at total voter turnout for Bexar County, we're looking at over 19% and over 248,000 ballots cast. 248,428. To context, the amount of registered voters that we have here in Bexar County is 1.2 million and some change there. But if you're joining us, we've got right next to me Proposition B, the Spurs Arena project, that being the big one that everyone was focused on. Everyone's eyes were closely watching, but Proposition B passed today. Bexar County voters really getting their voices heard, with 52% voting for Proposition B as this gets the ball rolling, so to speak, with the Spurs Arena to relocate to downtown, and then 47% voting against. And then, yes, sir. Greg?
Just giving you a cue on that.
Oh, thank you. And then Proposition A, as we look, this one also passing as well. As we see a slam dunk for both, this one dealing with the Rodeo and the Coliseum project. This one was a little bit more in support for Proposition A with the Rodeo folks, 55% supporting Proposition A, while 44% voting against Proposition A. And this one, of course, having to do with upgrades to the Freeman Coliseum, the Frost Bank Center, and really expanding that area when it comes to the rodeo. But this was a big item, especially for people who live on the east side. As we heard, they wanted to make sure that the Spurs move away, that it just doesn't sit abandoned, meaning the Frost Bank Center. And so they wanted to make sure that things do happen there, and that people don't forget about the east side. And so there was a lot of contention when you're looking at Proposition, obviously B, but with A, with the amount of money that could go to expanding that. And just if we want to break down numbers, I know that we're throwing a lot of numbers at you right now, but with Proposition A, that would generate about $192 million for those upgrades, again, for the Freeman and the Frost Bank Center grounds. And what that money would come from would be the hotel occupancy tax. So essentially that would raise that tax for visitors, you know, who come here and they have to pay that hotel tax. Right now it sits from 1.75 and it's going to 2%. And then the car rental tax, I believe, was going to stay the same, about 5% on that. But it's that money that's generated through that hotel tax increase is the money that would go to these upgrades. And again, that money, that price tag, looking at $192 million, which is no small change there. But I want to quote, because I actually pulled something from Peter Sakai here as I'm reading my notes, the Bexar County judge, and he said that to quote him, if we can make that area around the county facility, which was supposed to be an economic generator, we need to fulfill that promise that wasn't met. And that is quoting Peter Sakai, the Bexar County judge, who said, if we can make that area, again, quote, if we can make that area around the county facility, which was supposed to be an economic generator, we need to fulfill that past promise that wasn't met. And that's quoting the county judge when it comes to Proposition A. And then, of course, as I mentioned, and have been, the other part of this from the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo is that they want to turn the grounds into a year-round attraction. So not necessarily just that once a year that we all love, the rodeo in February, but kind of making a year-long attraction for people to go out on the east side. And of course, what they say is hopefully that would bring in money. We want to go back to Proposition B. Again, if you're joining us, Proposition B, both props passing tonight from Bexar County voters. Proposition B, dealing with the Spurs Arena. Of course, this was the one, as we know, that got a lot of heated debate from both sides. Essentially, this is giving Bexar County the green light to fund up to $300 million for a new Spurs Arena downtown. It would come from a hike in the venue tax. 311, when we talk about a new downtown Spurs Arena, the price tag that, of course, we've been quoted from the Spurs when they present it to the county as well as to the city, that price tag at $1.4 billion arena for the San Antonio Spurs. And so what this Proposition B, what it is going to do is that it would generate about $300 million again from that hotel venue tax. That portion, $311 million in revenue, would help finance the new arena downtown. So now it looks like, well, obviously, this was the next step in order for the Spurs to move forward. Of course, now that this has now passed, the big question tonight is what are the talks look like now when it comes to the city and the county? We did hear from Peter Holt, who was at the watch party for Proposition B tonight, and I'm going to read some of my notes to read exactly what he said out there. But he had mentioned that, and this is quoting Peter Holt here with the Spurs, saying that we're ready to do something really special that will help the Spurs, help the rodeo. It's going to help all sectors of the community, and it's going to be right in the heart of our city. To quote Peter Holt, he says, this is something we deserve, our fans deserve it, our community deserve it. We're going to believe and execute big things, and that our city deserves this. I wanted to know, because I know that we were also at the Cops Metro Alliance watch party there. They didn't necessarily want to comment so much when we spoke to them because we were still waiting on more results to come in. But they had mentioned that they were optimistic, but of course it did not go their way tonight with Proposition B because, again, as you're looking at the results right next to me, 52% voting in support of Proposition B, while 47% voting against. I think I want to go through, Greg, if it's okay if we can go through the school ones one more time in case we still have some new viewers watching us tonight with Northeast ISD. Yes, and I've got a little bit more notes on those. So thank you, Jacob and Greg, for helping me with this. I'm going to click. Okay, so we've got Northeast ISD, Proposition A. This was a really big one. Proposition A, this one passed. This would, designate more than $400 million for district-wide renovations. This is from roof repairs, chillers, things like that. And so with Proposition A, as you see, 60% voting in support for Northeast ISD Prop A, while 39% voting against. And then as we look at Proposition B, this was the next one under Northeast ISD. This one also passed as well. This one had to do with technology upgrades within the school district. And if I want to see it, it was about $50 million. Again, when we were talking about this bond for Northeast ISD, it was pretty big. And so a lot of these different props had to deal with different factors with any ISD, again, the second largest district in San Antonio. But as you see, Proposition B dealing with technology upgrades also passing. When we go to Proposition C here within Northeast ISD, you can see this one was the one that was close. And when we did the math earlier, it was 140 votes that separated, for these two. Proposition C was dealing with upgrades to the athletic facilities, like the Blossom Athletic Center, the facilities at Northeast Sports Park, and the district softball complex. But again, this one barely passed with only 140 votes separating the two. But we're looking at 50% voting in support of Proposition C. And again, this dealing with the athletic facilities within the NEISD school district, like upgrades to the Blossom Athletic Center and facilities at the Northeast Sports Park and District Softball Complex. Thank you so much. Thank you, Greg. I'm going to take a quick sip of water here. again, as we're going through the results from Bexar County is now, all the results are officially in, but I'm focusing on Northeast ISD, going through those. I know I have been, but now that I've actually got more concrete notes to give to you what each prop had to deal with. As we go to Prop D with NEISD, this one was going to set aside $9 million for renovations to the Comalander and Hero Stadium. And as you see here, this one did not go through. Looks like 53% voting against Proposition D with NEISD and only 46 supporting that measure. And again, that was with Comalander and Hero Stadium. That would have been $9 million for changes to those. And then for Proposition E, which is the last one with NEISD, this one focused on $2 million in upgrades to the natatoriums like Josh Davis and the Walker. And this one was also really, really close. I think we had calculated about 375 vote difference on this one, but this one also did not pass 50.28% voting against, while 49.72 in support of Northeast ISD Proposition E. And again, that one focusing on upgrades to the natatorium. So there were two. It looks like with the athletic facilities, as I'm breaking that down, dealing with the athletic facilities and the upgrades, that did not go through. But for the rest, when it came to technology and just upgrades to facilities within the school district, it looks like those did pass as well. Also reading my notes here. Okay, yeah, I went through those. But again, we thank you so much as we are tracking the 2025 election results here for Bexar County. I know it's a late one, but we didn't get the final results until 11:12 this evening. The last result before that, I think, was at 9:17 actually. I wrote in my notes. 9:17 is when we had the last account from Bexar County. So from 9:17, to put this into context for you, so probably a lot of you were out there waiting, when are these results coming in? Because when we went on the 10 o'clock newscast, we were still waiting. We think at that point we only had the early voting turnout. And so if you're wondering, where were these results? Well, we were wondering the same thing. And so from 9:17 until 11:12, that's how long it took, about a couple of hours until we finally got all the results from Bexar County. And so that's why we are here. We want to make sure that we're keeping you informed before the night ended on this election night. It certainly was a long one for election officials, but wanted to make sure that you were informed about obviously the big local key races here with Proposition A and Proposition B, both measures passing by Bexar County voters, and then with Northeast ISD, which was the other one that we were really focused on given just the magnitude and the impact for the families and for the school district, except for most propositions passing that one except for a couple. And for the 17 constitutional amendments that were on the voter ballot, I want to mention those because those were a big one. If you voted out there, you saw that within your ballot, it was a long one. Besides the propositions in other areas, depending on where you live, every Texan obviously voting on the constitutional amendments. And so those dealt with a variety of things, with taxes, tax exemptions, investment on water infrastructure, even dementia research. But as I'm looking up here from the Texas Tribune, who we cite a lot with the Texas Tribune, it seems that voters in Texas really approve most, I think, if not all, are on the verge of approval. Is that right, Greg? All 17 Constitution amendments, all on track to all pass. And I'll just read just a couple of those. So I'm reading from the Tribune. It was 11:30, so about 20 minutes ago, at least 32% of polling locations in the state were reporting results across Texas for these props. For Proposition 1, this would have created an endowment for the Texas State Technical College program. That one passed 69%. Proposition 2 was banning the state from taxing people or businesses on profits or potential profits from capital assets such as investment, real estate, valuable items. That one also passed with 68%. And then Proposition 3, requiring judges to deny bail for individuals accused of committing specific felonies like murder, aggravated assault, indecency with a child. As you see right next to me, This also passing 64% voting in support of Proposition 3 with the Texas constitutional amendment and 36% voting against. And Greg, I want to point out that the results that we're reading are the state results, right? These are not Bexar County. These are statewide results that we're reading with the constitutional amendments. If we go to Proposition 4, this would allocate up to $1 billion of sales tax revenue into the Texas Water Fund starting in 2027. Proposition 4, it says with this would fix infrastructure, develop new water resources, and you can see overwhelmingly this one, it seems like Texans like this one, with 71% voting in support of Proposition 4, while 29% voting against. Proposition 5, extending the tax exemptions on animal feed when it's held as inventory to be sold. That one also passed with 66% voting in support and then 34% voting against. And then Proposition 6, looks like this one's a little bit closer compared to what we've been seeing with the others. This is prohibiting the state from creating new taxes on securities transactions such as stock trading and from taxing those who operate or work in the securities market, like financial institutions, brokers, and dealers. This one getting 58% in support for Proposition 6, while 42% voting against. And then Proposition 7, this one overwhelmingly passing. This was dealing with tax breaks on homes of spouses of U.S. veterans who died in connection to their service. This applies if they've not remarried, obviously their spouse, but this one overwhelmingly passed with 87%. Tax breaks going to homes of spouses of U.S. veterans who died, again, 87% in support of Proposition 7. If we go to Proposition 8, this is prohibiting the state from imposing inheritance taxes, which are taxes on estate, and from taxing an estate or inheritance when they are transferred. We know sometimes that can happen with the transfer. You may get taxed on that, but it looks like that Proposition 8 overwhelmingly 75% prohibiting the state from wanting to impose these inheritance taxes, 75% in support of that, while only 25% against. We go to Proposition 9 here. Proposition 9 providing exemptions of up to $125,000 on businesses' inventory or equipment from being taxed by school districts, cities, counties, and other taxing agency. And again here, it looks like Proposition 9, people like this one with voting in support of 67% and then 33% voting against this Proposition 9. And that would provide exemptions of up to $125,000 on businesses' inventory being taxed by certain entities like school districts. Proposition 10, creating a process that would temporarily lower property taxes on homes destroyed by fire. And really, I mean, this one overwhelmingly passed 90% rather, supporting in favor of Proposition 10 to lower those property taxes on homes destroyed by fire, with only 10% voting against that measure. Proposition 11, and bear with me because we've got 17 that were on the ballot and I'm almost there, but we're on Proposition 11. Allowing the state to raise the homestead exemption, which is the amount of a home's value that cannot be taxed to pay for public schools for elderly or disabled Texans. Proposition 11, 79% supporting, and while 21% voting against Proposition 11. If we go to Proposition 12 here, changing the makeup and review process for the Texas State Commission on Judicial Conduct, 65% supporting this change of the makeup and review process, while 35% voted against. And Proposition 13, as we look at the next one, increasing the homestead exemption, which is the amount of home's value that cannot be taxed to pay for public schools or for all homeowners. Looks like we have 81% supporting Proposition 13. Again, increasing the homestead exemption, which is the amount of a home's value that cannot be taxed to pay for public schools or homeowners. 81% supporting this, while 19% voting against this. And again, with these results here, we're looking at the statewide results, not just Bexar County. And then for Proposition 14, this one had to deal with dementia and providing $3 billion specifically to create the Dementia Prevention and Research Institute of Texas. This will study dementia, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's disease, and other brain-related conditions. People supported this idea to create this institute, with 68% supporting this measure of Proposition 14, 32% voting against. And 3 more to go. Proposition 15, adding language on parental rights as currently outlined in federal case law to the Texas Constitution. 72% supporting this, while 28% voting against this. And then Proposition 16 would add language to the Texas Constitution clarifying that a person who is not a U.S. citizen cannot vote in the state. So again, let me just read that. Prop 16, adding language to the Texas Constitution, clarifying that a person who is not a U.S. citizen cannot vote in the state. And it looks like the Texans supported this measure. Proposition 16, 75% so far of the results coming in supporting that, while 25% again. So looks like that will certainly pass. Again, mostly all of these on the verge of passing with the results with the 17 constitutional amendments. And the last one, Proposition 17, allowing the state to prevent property values near the border from increasing due to border security infrastructure and related improvements. This one also getting 61% in support, while 39% against for Proposition 17. So we just went through Props 1 through 17 for the state constitutional amendments, and again, all on the verge of passing as we looked at those numbers from statewide results. Again, Henry Ramos here, along with our KENS 5 digital team and other members of our KENS 5 team. Our morning show producers are now coming in, getting ready to continue our coverage at 4:30 all the way to 9 o'clock in the morning. The reason why we're here, as we're approaching now, I should say good morning, because it's now past midnight, as we have now left Election Day, but we still have that Election Day hangover because the results just came in probably within the last 15 minutes. So if you're joining us, we thank you for staying with us on KENS 5 Plus. All of our social media platforms. We are here because we want to make sure that you are informed, especially with the results really coming late at 11:12. But I do want to go through Proposition A and Proposition B before we wrap up tonight, because those were the two big ones that really seem to be the driving force for voters to turn out in this election. Before I get to that, you can see Prop A right next to me. Let me set it up for you with the turnout for today. With the elections administrator, Michelle Carew, saying that we've shattered 2023 numbers and really all those odd numbers. I think she had quoted other previous years just in comparison. But for today, 19.31% was the voter turnout. So 19% of registered voters in Bexar County showed up for this election. For ballots cast, we're looking at over 248,000 ballots cast. And again, when you know Bexar County, we've got about 1.2 million registered voters. So take that for what you will with the turnout of 19%. But if we look at Proposition A and Proposition B, so we'll start with Prop A that you can see right next to me. This dealing with the Rodeo and the Freeman Coliseum upgrades. People supported this. Proposition A with 55.91, 52% of the, or 56% of the vote, while 44% voted against this. And again, what this would do would provide about $192 million for upgrades to the Freeman Coliseum, to the Frost Bank Center grounds. With the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, what they've said for Prop A, what they want to do is to kind of make this a year-long attraction for the rodeo grounds, not just, the once-a-year thing that we've seen. And so the hotel occupancy tax, what that's going to do, it's going from 1.75 to 2%. So people who come here and stay in Bexar County, they're going to pay just a little bit more on their sales tax. But that money that's generated from that is what's going to go to pay for these upgrades. Again, $192 million in upgrades to the Freeman and the Frost Bank Center. And then Proposition B, as we go to that one. That one was the big one. And of course, we're looking at both. Was one going to pass? Was the other not? But both passed tonight. Both propositions passed. Proposition B, this is the Spurs Arena project. Again, one that got a lot of debate from the city, from the county, as we saw so many different news conferences of people in support, people not in support. But Proposition B, this would give the green light to fund up to $300 million, $311 million in revenue to help finance for the $1.4 billion arena for the San Antonio Spurs to move downtown as part of Project Marvel, as we know. And so 52 0.14%, 52% voting in support of Proposition B, while 47% voting against. I'm just curious, Greg, do we know the separation of votes on this one? Because this one was close. Wouldn't say necessarily close. Maybe it was very narrow with Proposition B. What was the separation here? 10,574, and that's a good number for me to know. So a good number there to show you that it was 10,574 votes is what separated the for and against for Proposition B. But again, Proposition B also passing here tonight. So both Props A and Props B going through. Kens5.com, our digital team, they are still here working hard, updating you with the results. And what I love, what we've done with our website, you go to Kens5.com, and it's right there at the very top of the homepage. The key races, we've got Prop A right there, we've got Prop B, and then we've got Northeast ISD as well. So you don't even have to go very far. It's got the results off the top as well as reaction, because we had all of our our Kens 5 reporters spread out throughout San Antonio today, getting reaction as these results were coming in. And the reason, again, why we are here past midnight is because those results, the final results of 285 polling sites for the county, came in at around 11:12 tonight. So we wanted to go through those results with you. But Kens5.com, and of course, our morning show team, they are starting to work on the show. So at 4:30 in the morning up until 9 o'clock tomorrow, as well as all day, we'll continue to follow as we are tracking the 2025 election results. I'm Henry Ramos. Thank you so much. If you are staying up with us, good night, good morning, whichever it is. And of course, keep it here with Kens 5.